Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
And Greenline. Nice.
Hello, just in the nick of time because I was waiting for the dang StreamYard, and the minute it pops up is the minute I went to the bathroom.
And Mirage.
Hey, it's good to be back.
And late as usual.
Wow. All right. I know I'm not getting you for Christmas.
Oh. What have I done? All right. Let me just share screen. And I'll remind you that if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. And then you can click on this thing to get rid of it. I don't know what that is. Okay, anyway, you can fund us over here. This is a great way to ensure that we have money coming in. Because quite frankly, we don't. You could also go to patreon.com/anime collector. This would be a good way if you wanted to see more first impressions actually get released. And maybe some tip videos in the future. We'll see. Also, you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. And you can go to all of our affiliate links, such as Tenga. Ooh, 10% off my next order. Oh, Black Friday. Nice. Definitely should have bought the Tenga advent calendar. All right. So just a heads up. Next weekend, I'm working all weekend long.
Okay.
I don't know if I will be getting days off to compensate. I doubt it because I was supposed to have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And my boss bugged me incessantly on each one of those days to the point where I put in more than 8 hours worth of work, therefore negating one of those days. So chances aren't looking good for the next podcast, but we're going to try to keep this one rolling, get some stuff out of the way, and hopefully enjoy ourselves. Starting off. All my highlights are gone. Fantastic. Love that. There they are. Okay. Dozens of financial advisors warn corporate America that DEI initiatives are a liability. In an open letter urging corporations to get rid of DEI departments and policies, the financial advisors, who collectively manage over $16 billion in assets, declared, quote, "This November, the American electorate overwhelmingly rejected the ideological takeover of political and civic life by narrow-minded identity politics. Critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion purport to promote belonging and inclusion, but in reality sacrifice true diversity and equal opportunity by focusing only on the differences based on skin color, sex, or religious status."
That's
We're
funny.
gonna say
Aren't
religious
these
status
same
because I
people
feel like there's two statuses. You're religious or you're not. Right? Like, what were you saying, Greenline?
I was saying, but aren't these the same, people that said, yeah, do DEI? That's totally in this, they did this, a decade ago, and now they're be like, walk it back.
Yeah. So despite what the dozens of financial advisors warn title would suggest, it's like a super PAC. It's like a political action committee writing an open letter saying, now listen up, corporate America, Trump won, so bend over, right? It is now a liability for any institution to tout adherence to DEI ideology. Recent Supreme Court decisions have cast serious doubt on the legality of DEI, which has led to a full-scale legal assault on DEI, according to the Wall Street Journal. The data underlying the push for DEI have been exposed as overstated at best, or worse, downright false. So these people, these advisors, they predicted that the incoming administration, quote, will likely advance and enact policies that increase the risk of current DEI policies at every corporation. And then I just said, oh, let's not read the rest of this. It's not going to get any better. So basically, bottom line is Trump won, DEI lost. That's what they're trying to say. Except, what's this? Despite DEI pushback, New report shows companies stay committed to DEI. According to Teneo's new The State of Sustainability in 2024, DEI will survive report. 43% of companies continue to maintain and promote quantitative, time-bound DEI goals, and 80% of DEI goals remain unchanged from 2023. Sounds like you didn't meet your goals, did you? 67% of companies targeted talent programs for diverse talent. 70% of companies have supplier diversity programs. So I'm not going to read all this. My highlights didn't show up again. Shame. Anyway, also study some DEI training courses cause psychological harm. I read this. I'm not going to read it to you just because, again, nobody needs to hear this, right? We all innately know what's going on. I read this and I was just like not understanding it until I read it again from the perspective, oh, it's causing psychological harm to the minorities. I really did not follow it, but what it's saying is people who have not experienced prejudice or have not viewed themselves as oppressed are now being told they're oppressed and they can't cope with that. Anyway, I've got a very interesting topic here. I hope that you enjoyed your Thanksgiving turkey, and I hope it wasn't the one that the guy fucked. Butterball addresses turkey sex abuse controversy as customers boycott brand on busiest week of the year.
What?
Honestly, I didn't know the company existed other than this week of the year. Right? So Butterball, the largest producer of turkey products in the United States, has spoken out amid furor over a shocking PETA video that is damaging its reputation just days before Thanksgiving. The company noted that the footage posted on PETA's Instagram page last week. The company noted that the footage posted to PETA's Instagram page last week that showed workers sitting on turkeys, smacking, humping, and sexually abusing the birds at the Ozark, Arkansas plant was from 2006. Too late. Too little too late. Also confirmed they're not actually talking about the Destiny video. That was years before Butterball was privatized and certified by American Humane. Quote, we are aware of a video from nearly 20 years ago, which is being reshared across social media. The video is not current and was taken prior to Butterball becoming a private company and prior to engagement certification through American Humane. So hold on. When they say it was taken before Butterball became private, what were they previously? Did they go from being a publicly traded company to private?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Were they able to do that? Because, I don't know, their stock prices tanked when a video surfaced featuring a man fucking a turkey in their plate? Is that what happened?
Are you saying it was an inside job?
Yes. This is exactly the same. The parallels are so close. You couldn't even distinguish them between this and Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's like it's exactly the same thing. Animal care and well-being is central to who we are as a company, and we are committed to the ethical and responsible care of our flocks. Sounds a little weird when you phrase it that way. The turkey consented. 11 years ago, Butterball, we only serve absolute sluts of a turkey. 11 years ago, Butterball was the first and remains the only turkey company to be American Humane certified, they noted. That means we have yearly audits conducted by a third party to ensure compliance with our 200 plus science-based standards or best practice for care of turkeys, well exceeding industry best practices. We are proud of this designation that no other turkey company can claim and have zero tolerance have a zero tolerance policy for animal mistreatment. The fact that they didn't link the goddamn video and only put a screenshot on it. Not that I want to watch the guy rape the turkey, but in the disturbing footage, an undercover investigator claimed he saw a Butterball employee shoving his finger up a turkey's cloaca or vagina for fun and witnessed another worker humping a turkey while it was restrained, according to the animal rights group. Think about it for a minute. Think to yourself.
I'd rather not think about it, but okay.
Could I murder a turkey or a chicken to produce food for myself to eat? Do I have that in me? Could I kill an animal? I'd love to eat it, but could I kill it? If the answer is no, think to yourself this. What kind of a person could do that? And then think to yourself, is it the kind of person that would also hump it? Because the answer is probably yes. Turns out you've been eating lots of nasty stuff you never knew. So he also recalled seeing a worker taunting another worker by holding a bird by the legs and jerking her back and forth.
Ugh.
So I'm guessing like this, right? Grab the legs and like, gobble gobble, bitch. Is that what's going on? Footage included in the video also showed employees mishandling multiple birds, striking, throwing, and hanging them to death.
Hmm.
Do you know what happened to your Butterball turkey before they were killed? PETA wrote in the caption without specifying that the content was filmed 18 years ago. Still, many online were quick to call out the company for the abuse, labeling it a literal disgrace and wishing shame on the turkey manufacturer as they announced they were boycotting the company. Disgusting. I hope PETA ends you, one person commented on the video. I'm done at Butterball Turkey. You are workers' abuse. Innocent living animals. They are disgusting demons. Something tells me you don't live where they sell these. Another shared, while a third noted that he threw away the Butterball turkey he bought for Thanksgiving and will never be buying from you again. Hello, Lady Phoenix. What I have a feeling this was an inside job orchestrated by PETA. Turns out it was PETA raping the animals all along. Butterball makes deli meat? Oh, no. Damn. Don't like that. Just when I was back on the meat wagon. The current Destiny leaks confirm all that Rolo said. Oh. Yeah, well, took down Kiwi Farms, and when Kiwi Farms got brought back up, they had to roll it back, and apparently the video is not there anymore. Thank God for my sanity. Let's see. The video has been part of PETA's strategy to get Americans to skip out on Thanksgiving Day staple this year. It's never too late to go out there and grab the vegan roast. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Spare that turkey from the horrors of the slaughterhouse. She then went on to claim that how is PETA still around? Who funds them? Where are they getting their money? She went on to claim that PETA's expose from nearly 2 decades ago is not a one-off. PETA has conducted even more recent investigations that are still showing that abuse is rampant. Documented workers simulating sex acts on turkeys. Huh. As a result of the investigation, workers at the Pennsylvania facility faced several felonies and 141 charges. No charges against Butterball came from the 2006 investigation, but charges were brought against employees years later for a separate situation. In 2011, a North Carolina Butterball plant was raided after workers were caught abusing turkeys. In an investigation similar to PETA's, nonprofit Mercy for Animals went undercover and witnessed several instances of animal cruelty. Despite multiple workers were hit with charges related to reported abuse. They were caught on video kicking and stomping on the helpless birds. That explains why the ribs were broken in my turkey. I don't know. Anyway, any thoughts on this? Did you guys enjoy your Thanksgiving turkey? And Random 11, did you enjoy your non-Thanksgiving KFC, whatever that thing was called?
Cream pie sandwich.
Oh, we
That
didn't.
was from a couple of
Oh,
weeks
go
ago.
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but presumably you're still eating them, right? Because they're seasonal.
I just think I like the idea. It was entertaining, the idea that once Doge goes into effect next year, PETA's donations dry up completely.
Is PETA even a government agency?
I don't think they should be, but
It's not a government. No, it's
No,
just
I think it's a nonprofit.
hilarious. It'd be hilarious if it was being funded by the government at some level. And
I've just never seen a donation drive. Let me ask Chat. Chat GPT. Where does PETA get its money? Searching the web. Contributions from individual donors. In the fiscal year ending July 31st, 2023, PETA reported total revenues of $79 million.
Jeez.
Holy fuck.
I bet some of that's government money.
Wow. $79 million, and the best they can do is leak a video from 12 years ago or 18 years ago. Okay. All right. Anyway, you guys have any pickups?
Yes.
Is the prison sentence for animal harm to work at the slaughterhouse? I never thought of that. Maybe you should be slaughtered at the house. Oh, don't know. Did the Australian guy work for Butterball? I don't know who that is. What are you talking about? Is Destiny Australian? All right. Anyway. All right. Let me go first.
Okay.
All right. So what do I have? I have straight from Crunchyroll. My 10 millionth one of these. And my Berserk Steelbook,
Oh.
which I ordered with Bastard Heavy Metal Fantasy, and that apparently hasn't come out yet. So,
Yeah, that comes out in like
that's the thing.
January or something.
Yeah, I figured. Also,
Looks
I
so
ordered
beautiful.
the Pope's anime, Wonder Egg Priority, and it arrived. Nope, that's showed you the wrong one. It arrived destroyed.
Oh no.
Completely, right? So,
So your second one was good?
Patreon exclusive anime collector tip. Yes, it's significantly
you.
better. I mean, I wouldn't call it good, but it's less awful.
I had to buy 11 sets of Fire Force Season 2 Part 2 for $41 before I got a good one.
Unbelievable what we have to put up with, right?
Mhm.
For why is that? I need to use the correct hand for that. Apparently, it's not something I'm ambidextrous at. All right. Hello, Ronan Ja. How you doing? Happy sweet December from Myanmar. Oh, thank you. The Australian zoologist from the story who was caught due to a collar. Oh. Yeah, the guy we talked about, the dog rapist.
Yeah.
The guy who raped it was the BBC presenter who I think you're correct was from Australia who raped dogs to death
Oh god.
Yeah.
and was found because there was like a lanyard or something in the shot or whatever.
Yeah, with the town's name on it or something.
Fucking dumbass.
I just use Google Earth to find one backyard that had a storage container or whatever.
So, Enriv says, my copy of Repop finally came in, was originally annoyed about the delay, but after finding out... Oh, wait, I got one more thing. Sorry, I got one more thing. I meant to show this last podcast, but I forgot. When I went to get those Digimon milk teas, I also bought Tanuki Sake, which I will be partaking in. That's an interesting way. I guess I have to finish it. I can't put it back, right? Like,
And sake is just like rice wine, right?
yeah. Actually, it's not the worst I've ever had. That goes to Zipong, the carbonated sake that tastes suspiciously like dick. If I ever imagine what it would taste like.
Put it in the microwave and warm it to like 70 whatever degrees. It's supposed to be like warm
Oh,
sake.
it's so good, heated sake, but I don't have time for that. Anyway, all right, so let's go back to this. So, Enriv was originally annoyed about the delay, but after finding out about the patches, they're kind of glad that it took this long. Well, that's good. Look on the bright side. Reese, you picked up the Pierce Brosnan collection.
Yep,
Tenet.
and on Fort, I upgraded Tenet, and I only ever owned Die Another Day on DVD.
Mhm.
So I never owned like GoldenEye or Tomorrow Never Dies. Not Tomorrow. Is it Tomorrow's? And The World Is Not Enough.
Mhm.
So these are Black Friday deals. And then,
Let's be real, GoldenEye is the only one worth owning.
And
On N64, am I right?
and Demon Slayer Swordsmith's Village arc finally
Nice.
on standard, and also
Shit.
freaking inconsistency with the slipcovers. This one's not foil.
Mhm.
Like both sets for season 1 were foil. Mugen Train movie and Mugen Train TV arc
Mhm.
version were not foil. Entertainment District was foiled. And then
Dumb
this was not
question.
foiled.
Did this get a LE like all the other ones?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got it. Yes,
Did I?
a couple months ago.
Fuck. Because their Black Friday sale is about to end tonight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got it. I'm pretty sure you did.
Oh, I don't like that. Let me click on Blu-rays real quick and see. Would it tell me if I bought it? I don't think I did. Oh, it's
no.
so expensive.
I'm
Holy
pretty sure you
cow.
did. I'm pretty sure you did.
Oh, I'm not gonna buy it even if I didn't. What's in my cart right now? Hold on. Mashal Part 2 and Chainsaw. I'm skipping it. Fuck, I don't need it. All right, fine. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
pretty sure you got it.
Enriv says the rarest pickup I've ever made. Hyped as fuck to play this. So this is the Dororo.
Yeah, the Blood Will
PSP
Tell.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's only like
that is-
$500 on eBay. Good
Yeah,
work.
that is one of the most expensive PS2 games.
I hope it's actually fun and not like trash.
I
that
will.
is just
I will
rare.
say that last time when we were talking about pickups, that Silent Hill 4 was definitely like my holy grail pickup. Like I am so happy to finally own it.
Yeah, it's good. All right. Also picked up the Digimon movies, IGPX, Razafon, Kanan, and Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon Season 3 and Food Wars. Whatever
Season
that says
4?
underneath Food Wars.
I think it's the 4th season, but I'm not 100%.
Anime Fan 007 says 2 pickups yesterday. My dad got me Pokemon Scarlet, and I can finally watch this part of Demon Slayer. Glad I waited for the standard edition. Oh,
Pokemon Scarlet's actually really good.
rub it in. Pokemon Scarlet's what?
It's actually really good. I really enjoyed it.
I don't know. This character that you ride like it's a
Oh
motorcycle,
yeah, the little
is
motorcycle thing.
fucking weird.
Uh-huh.
Says it's Food Wars, season 4. Wow. Ronan Jaw says he just watched Red One, which is the best action Christmas movie ever. Die Hard would like to have a word.
I can't take The Rock seriously anymore.
And yes, this is my actual image. This is not a Google image this time.
Wow. Proud of
Well,
you.
the only reason I asked you that before is because the reflection of the guy in the disc didn't look like you.
I know.
All right, so you picked up Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Hmm.
When are they going to come out with Mothership? Sonic Origins Plus?
Yeah, this is a collection of 16 Sonic games, including like the Game Gear games, and then it has like a bunch of extras like artwork and stuff.
So have you played Disgaea? Are you
I haven't played any of them.
The reason I ask
Yes,
is because I played the first game quite a bit,
yes.
and
I know
I
about
don't know what the appeal is now that
I
I've
know
played
about
it so
the,
much.
I know about the horse wiener meme from Disgaea 1.
The what winner?
There's a scene in the first game where you fight like a boss that's like a zombie, and they said, "Oh no, this is like the most difficult villain that we fought in the game. It has a giant horse wiener."
Oh.
They don't show it, but that's just
So,
like
two things.
Yes.
First thing about Disgaea 1
Mhm.
is I realized how passively I enjoy media
Mhm.
because my friend Andrew
Mhm.
had to point out to me how ridiculous the moves are.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I didn't even think about it. Like literally, Laharl, the main character in the first game, he has a move where he summons meteors from outer space, and they crash on the people you're fighting. And it's like, I am so far gone in media that it didn't even register for me how ridiculous that is. Like how overkill of a move, right? And I'll just say one more thing about it. In the game, there is a place called the item world. And in the item world, you can get rare items. And you can change your level going into the item world. Like you can increase or decrease your level so that you end up fighting weak enemies or strong enemies. And obviously the stronger the enemies are, the better the items are, the further down you get into the item world. And as soon as I got to that part of the game, I never did anything else but go to the item world. I would just crank up the difficulty all the way and just be like, can I get through one goddamn floor? And if I can, what's this cool ass item I got, right? And then eventually I just never went back to the main game. I don't know. So be wary of that.
Right. I have not opened it. It's still sealed. Because I kind of want to play the others first. But on the back, I didn't take a picture of the back, but it says that it comes with a figurine and an art book. Nice. And it's actually a pretty big art book. So
speaking of which,
yes,
I need to buy a Prinny plushie to replace the one I got from the booth at Anime Expo because one of my kids did something to this plushie, and it is the leather ain't leather anymore. It's not leathering anymore. It's pretty horrifying. Anyway, I always thought it was funny because they come with these like pouches on the front. And it's like the perfect size for a GameCube memory card. Anyway, I gotta look into that later. All right, then you also picked up the Mortal Kombat trilogy.
Yeah, on PS1 it actually plays pretty good. I don't really know. Like I have to Google it. What the difference is between Mortal Kombat trilogy and Mortal Kombat Gold? Because I have played both, but I rented Mortal Kombat Gold a long time ago when Blockbuster was around. But I want to say Mortal Kombat Trilogy is basically it feels like Mortal Kombat 3, but with just all the added characters like Rain and Ermac and Jade, and you can play as Shao Kahn, Motaro. But yeah.
Nice. So one more thing about Disgaea. I think it's the third game. They added a mechanic where you can have your characters stand on each other's shoulders. Are you familiar with this? So basically, imagine we're all on the board. Green Line can summon us, so you'll jump on Green Line's shoulder, then Reese will jump on your shoulders, then Random will jump on Reese's shoulders, then I'll jump on Random's shoulders, and then we can attack by like arcing forward, and it's like a way to do attacks that are like, a distance away. It's like a ranged attack. I always wanted to get there, and I just never did. I never got the second game. Anyway, all right, Green Line, you picked up Gundam Seed.
So the thing about this, one, it's not a slutty anime girl this time, for once, and I can actually post it in pickups. But two, Green Line
you did make sure to keep all my Buddha Blu-ray right next to it for us, though. So thank you.
I did. Well, because I have all the my
Club
organization it drives Footnum nuts, and I'm sure it would drive you nuts. It's organized by publisher and not by
Yeah.
Like well, it's alphabetized, but it's alphabetized by publisher. But like,
Don't like that regardless.
I've thought about doing that, and then
So-
thought, "What am I, an idiot?" No.
well, I don't have nearly enough.
Having
that you
every
wouldn't
single
have,
Berserk
so I
release
can-
in separate places on your
Mhm.
shelf. Like Discotheque, Viz, Crunchyroll.
Yeah, but if I
Hell
did
Girl
that,
starts in Geneon. Gotta go to Funimation.
You know, if I did that,
sometime to
like-
finish it or whatever. Like,
here's the thing: I would have like lopsided like DVD, Blu-rays, DVD. That would drive me nuts. That would drive me nuts.
right,
personally.
that's the real crime, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
That's why
Instead-
as long as I know where
Instead, I
everything
only
is.
keep that segregated to the companies that have released both. Like,
Yeah,
that's why I upgrade everything.
as long
that's
as I know
can
where
upgrade.
everything is, right?
Yeah.
That's the
all that
main
really
point.
matters. Yeah.
So also I genuinely thought Nozomi titles wouldn't go out of print that easily. But they did. Like, I guess Gundam shit just decided to, fly out the window because, like, Gundam Seed was gone when I looked at Crunchyroll and a bunch of other ones were gone.
Mhm.
Like, Nozomi is just clearing out there. And I thought they had more. I was hoping they would have more, but like, holy shit, did I drop the ball? So I panicked and I had to go to Amazon and buy this one. Because I'm watching part 1.
Mm.
And boy, is it testing my patience, though.
What would you like on a scale of 1 to 10, like without going into plot spoilers because I haven't seen it, like what would you rank Gundam Seed Destiny? I mean Gundam Seed so far.
Rank it
Yeah.
pretty high, but like the problem I have with it though is just like the drama of it all. It's just and the Deus Ex Machinas that pop up out of fucking nowhere. It's like okay.
Yeah, because like the only Gundam series that I've seen is 00, and that was back when it actually aired on Sci-Fi Channel.
Uh-huh.
Rest in peace, Sci-Fi Channel, because you suck now.
Trade.
Right.
But
Trade.
no, I really enjoyed
That's
00.
not what trade means, Brad.
Like
It is what I
it's-
did.
It's 00 is definitely up there in like
Here's
my
your
top
kiss,
10
man.
like anime of all time. I have not
Right.
seen the I have not
That's
seen
nice,
the 00
yeah. I mean-
movie, but I have seen the 2 seasons though.
Right. Well, it might be just a compilation movie or something, but I find it okay. You know, it's fine for
Yeah.
what it is. So, but there's definitely things that try my patience.
So the cool Tucci says, "I get trapped
Maybe
in
because
the."
I'm getting older, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Kotichi says, "I get trapped in the item world. All Disgaea players do. Play order for Disgaea is not important."
No, okay.
So I would argue it is important only because they add new features to the game as it goes on, and it would be less fun to play with all the features and then progressively remove some. You know,
Right. I think I could be wrong, but I think there's 6 or 7 Disgaea games now. I know that there's
that's crazy.
I think like
There's definitely a
6
lot
or
of them.
7 just came out on Switch.
Also, while we're in pickups,
Yes.
new chair
Oh, nice.
finally, right? It's from DPS, Dicks per Slut. I think that's what it stands for, right? So, anyway, cool. Are we done here?
I think so.
All right, let's talk about
Yeah.
Johnny Somali, accused of violating anti-terrorism laws after South Korean bomb scare. Let me pull up that video. All right. Johnny Somali's latest alleged crime was revealed by YouTube lawyer Legal Mindset, who has been following Somali streams closely, and it could land the creator in extremely hot water. Johnny Somali violating both the Railway Act and anti-terrorism laws in his deleted video that has now been exposed. Somali was on the Seoul Metro while his stream's text-to-speech kept repeating, "I have a bomb," over and over while walking through the train. Let's take a look, shall we?
나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 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 나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
I'm sorry.
나에겐 폭탄이
We
있다.
got. Oh, what is it even saying? Oh, I don't know. What?
나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
Guys, there's kids right here,
나에겐
bro.
폭탄이 있다.
Guys, let's just go. Sorry, brother. Oda Nobunaga. No, Oda Nobunaga. No. Oh my God. Everyone's looking at me.
Well, if you couldn't guess what that was, it's possible that this prank was thanks to his viewers. It's possible. It is guaranteed. Who donated to have their comments read aloud using text-to-speech. Under South Korea's anti-terrorism laws, incitement to violence, particularly if it involves racial hatred or threats against public safety, can be considered a terroristic act and carries a max penalty of 7 years in jail. Additionally, broadcasting explicit content on a subway is considered a public disturbance and violates the Railway Safety Act, which could result in a maximum of 2 years imprisonment or a fine of up to $15,000 US. If authorities determine that Johnny's statements posed a legitimate threat to public safety or were made with the intent to incite public violence, he could face additional penalties, including asset seizure. Take his phone. Fucking take his phone, please. And restrictions on communication. Again, his phone is how he communicates. Take his phone. A few moments after leaving the train, Somali received another donation and the North Korean anthem began playing. Johnny Somali could already be facing legal charges for spreading North Korean propaganda in the country, and his subway incident is yet another example of his divisive behavior. This isn't the first time that Somali's text-to-speech has gotten him in trouble. In Japan, the streamer played bomb threats and other remarks against the Japanese Prime Minister.
Oh, that's not good.
I know. These potential terrorism charges are just the latest in a long list of alleged crimes being investigated by the South Korean authorities. South Korean police have launched an investigation into Somali's alleged drug use, a crime that comes with a maximum penalty of 10 years in jail. Somali could also be facing 7 additional years in prison for using deepfake AI to depict himself kissing Korean streamer Bong Bong.
Oh.
While Somali is confident that he won't face jail time and that he will be able to return to the United States, all that might change once he makes his first, and what could be many, court appearances. Huh. Oh, what's this? Johnny Somali may face jail time for bragging about deepfake AI Korean girlfriend. He was sued by the Korean streamer Bong Bong for using deepfake AI to depict him kissing her. She has decided to stop pursuing legal action, but the Korean government may prosecute him for it instead. Beyond the uncanny nature of the kiss giving it away, you could also see a deepfake AI logo in the bottom right corner of his laptop as he showed the video to his stream and bragged about having a Korean girlfriend.
Honestly, I think that helps him.
Right?
Because it's like, how could you take me serious? There was literally a logo for a deepfake company right there.
A now deleted stream from Bong Bong depicted her filing a complaint against Johnny Somali at the Chengwon Police Department in relation to the contents of the video. But she has since decided not to press charges against him. She fell in love. It is worth noting that these two did stream together, and that may be a part of why she chose not to press charges. Re-uploaded footage from that stream shows her calling Johnny Somali a monkey and making other offensive remarks towards him. However, this may not matter, as these charges against Johnny Somali still stand despite her dropping the case. It wouldn't be Bong Bong pressing the case, but the South Korean government itself. According to Reuters, a bill that passed on September 26, 2024, makes it so that those who possess sexually explicit deepfakes of other individuals may be hit with up to 7 years of jail time and a fine of around $22,000 US. Do you think this is sexually explicit?
Not by my definition.
Mm.
The thumbnail, deep fake me kissing Randy. Right.
Gross.
All right, that's gonna be hard. All right, Johnny Somali threatens more.
That
comfortable
pose
than-
is great for the thumbnail.
What's up?
That pose was great for the thumbnail.
That's why I did it. Somali threatens more comfort women statue antics if TikTok bans him. Early on in his trip, the streamer got the attention of the Korean Parliament when he started kissing and being inappropriate with the Statue of Peace, also known as the Comfort Woman statue. I'm just going to show you his inappropriateness. The monument is meant to memorialize South Korean victims of sexual slavery by Japanese forces during World War II.
Wow.
This resulted in numerous South Korean streamers targeting Somali and assaulting him, with one even placing a bounty for information about his whereabouts. Anyway, that's it. Korean Special Forces YouTuber faces jail time for attacking Johnny Somali. We watched this video on stream where he attacked him. That's why we're covering this. In a clip that Dalgyung Yu posted to his own Instagram account, he punched Somali out cold, right in front of the police. Literally, we didn't notice this before, but literally, he is standing right next to a police officer when he goes down. He punched him right in front of the police, which earned him plenty of praise from netizens. Somali allegedly had a bounty on his head, with about $770 being offered for information on his location. The YouTuber later claimed he, quote, did what I had to do as a Korean citizen, and proceeded to ask supporters to donate in order to help with his legal fees. Unfortunately for him, the case against him is going forward. Dalgyun Yu was handed over to the Seoul Eastern District Prosecutor's Office by police on November 28th. Johnny Somali, meanwhile, is facing his own mountain of legal issues. The streamer has already been charged with obstruction of business and will be going to trial in December. That's this month. Lastly, Johnny Somali wants North Korea to nuke South Korea. I guess he's not looking forward to his lengthy prison sentence. Let me...
Until Kim Jong-un nuke this shit, I just don't want to be here when Kim Jong-un press that red button. They nuke this shit so shit turn to Fallout New Vegas. No, please, Kim Jong-un, press that button. Press. Until Kim.
Anyway. Any thoughts?
No, not really.
I can't wait till the trial starts. I hope they televise it. That'd be fun.
You can keep him. Like, we don't want him back.
Can you imagine if he tried to pull that shit in like Detroit?
Oh, jeez.
God damn. Most watched stream ever. Johnny Somali killed in Detroit. Right. All right. Finally, no more squeaky chair. Yeah.
Yes.
My wife, when Randy says a complaint, my wife is like, I'm on it. Right.
Do I have many complaints? Is that a...
You complain about my breathing while we're watching a movie, and she's like, "Here, you breathe." Like,
I think that was me. Sorry.
Didn't Twitch say that they are not responsible for their streamers, but streamers are responsible for the comments? I mean, I don't know if that matters.
It's kind of stupid regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Twitch is not responsible for the streamers, but the streamers themselves are responsible for the comments that they receive. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Nobody go to my Twitch and say anything weird.
Yeah, like the teacher's responsible, the kids saying slurs in the classroom. Like, what the fuck?
He's on Kick, according to JT Vega, rather than Twitch. I don't know. Are the 4B movements not terrorists? I don't know. I never thought of that. How do you make not having sex with men terroristic behavior?
I mean, considering the people doing it, they're doing God's work. Like that's like
Yeah. Quite
charity.
frankly,
That's a charity movement.
let's be honest. There aren't any attractive ladies joining the 4P movement.
That's what I'm saying. This is like a charity movement, not a terroristic one.
How do we know? How do we know it's her and not some other? Or how do we know it's supposed to be KNOW? How dare you?
Underspell it, Cody.
I don't know. It's supposedly it's a deep fake video, not a deep fake photo. They are considered protesters that are crazy. Oh my God! Is the anti-AI laws that they want for the USA like the other anti-speech laws? It's extremely subjective. Johnny is not familiar with the literal poop balloons in North Korean sent. God damn it! God damn it! Why would you do this to me? Why would you? When I've just closed that tab, when I chose not to include it, and then all of a sudden you give me the opportunity, I was being such a good boy. Soul says North Korea has flown more trash balloons towards... God damn it, why didn't that share this?
It didn't pop up. Yeah.
All right. Seoul says North Korea has flown more trash balloons towards South Korea. South Korea's military says North Korea is again flying balloons likely carrying trash towards the south, adding to a bizarre psychological warfare campaign amid growing tensions between the war-divided rivals. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said Saturday that the winds could carry the balloons to regions north of the South Korean capital, Seoul. Seoul City Hall and the Gyeonggi provincial government issued text alerts urging citizens to beware of objects dropping from the sky and report to the military or police if they spot any balloons. There were no immediate reports of injuries or property damage. North Korea in recent weeks has flown more than 2,000 balloons carrying waste paper. That's a fancy way of saying toilet paper, right? They're toilet papering South Korea by way of balloon. Cloth scraps and cigarette butts towards the south in what is described as a retaliation towards South Korean civilian activists flying anti-Pyongyang propaganda leaflets across the border. Pyongyang has long condemned such activities as it is extremely sensitive to any outside criticism of leader Kim Jong-un's authoritarian rule. North Korea just flew balloons towards the south on July 24th when trash carried by at least one of them fell on the South Korean presidential compound. Imagine being so comfy in your little compound, you didn't think about the possibility that trash and possibly grenades could rain from the sky. Raising worries about the vulnerability of key South Korean facilities. The balloon contained no dangerous material. Just imagine the North Koreans too. They're like, all right, go balloon. Let's see what happens, right? Oh, shit. We hit the president. God is on our side. He wants us to win, right? The winds are there for us. Raising worries about the vulnerability of key South Korean facilities. The balloon contained no dangerous material and no one was hurt, South Korean Presidential Security Service said. Go away. South Korean reaction to the North's balloon campaign activated its frontline loudspeakers to blast broadcasts of propaganda messages and K-pop songs. North Korea ain't shit. Gangnam Style. Experts say North Korea hates such broadcasts because it fears it could demoralize frontline troops and residents. The Koreans' tit-for-tat Cold War-style campaigns are inflaming tensions, with the rivals threatening stronger steps and warnings of grave consequences. Imagine, learning years from now about the Korean Civil War. Is like, oh man, it must have been so bad. I heard about the American Civil War where brother was pitted against brother, and it was brutal and gruesome. And I saw that movie where they were getting stuck with bayonets and their guts were spilled. Oh, fucking awful. What did the Koreans do? They threw trash at each other. They played K-pop and threw toilet paper at each other. Anyway, I think it goes without saying that the rest of this article doesn't need to be read. Thank you, Cool TC. You've done God's. I had only just gotten done resigning myself to not cover it. Literally yesterday. Okay, this goes in old doc. And then I think this is not the window I was sharing before. That's all right, though. All right. So, not long ago, maybe like podcast. I'm not going to try. I don't remember, actually. 252, maybe? 281? I don't know, something like that. We covered this. Armed Fantasia, probably, sorry, and Penny. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about this word, but I cannot read it properly when I see it spelled out. I know the word. I just can't do it. Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood. They had it's two separate games. I think they're both spiritual successors. I think this is a spiritual successor to Wild Arms, and this is a spiritual successor to a different game.
I think Penny Blood is a spiritual successor to the Shadow Hearts series, I think.
Well, we'll read about it in a second. But the point is that they did a double Kickstarter, as their title is called, the company. And what it is a Kickstarter that kickstarted two separate games. I guess both of them thought there would be more demand for the other. So like, yeah, let's do it together. I don't know.
Right.
Well, apparently, director of Penny Blood, Shadow Hearts, that's the game,
yeah.
Shadow Hearts' spiritual successor files a lawsuit over unpaid funding from Kickstarter campaign.
Oh,
so I'm guessing Armed Fantasia took all the funding.
That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah.
Originally, when I read it, the headline, I thought that Kickstarter didn't give it, or maybe like they're throwing a complaint down because, like, I don't know. Reese and I were looking at something the other day where it's like they were asking for $100 million.
Oh, geez.
And it's like there's no fucking way you're getting that, you dumb idiot, right? So I wonder if this is similar, where they didn't meet their goal, but still thought they were going to get the money or something like that.
It seems like there's been like a crap ton of Kickstarters that have been doing this lately. Like not just like video games. I mean, like anime and like wasn't like the Dirty Pair wasn't there like a thing about them where they didn't send out like anything after they got funded?
Well, the thing about Dirty Pair is that particular Kickstarter had there was an expected time window. Then I think COVID happened. Is that correct? Is that timeline off? Yeah, it was before COVID, right? When it first started?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and then COVID delayed it. Then they got bought by Sony.
Yeah.
And so it just like...
So the changeover trying to fuck things up from the pipeline for a little bit.
And then there was manga... What's the manga one?
I'm not too sure.
I forget the name of the like Manga Inc. or something, but they were notorious for creating a Kickstarter and then using the funds from their next Kickstarter to fulfill the orders of the previous one. We're still waiting on Kodomo no Jikan localization over here from that. They also did, I think, Kimagure Orange Road, Maison Ikoku maybe as a manga. I can't remember. But anyway, let's read about this. So Matsuzo Machida has announced that he filed a lawsuit in the Osaka District Court against game publisher Dangen Entertainment and its former CEO Ben Judd over unpaid production costs for Penny Blood. According to the announcement made by Machida's studio Wild Rose on November 22nd, the lawsuit was filed back in May this year. No details are given about what led to the lawsuit, but it appears to be related to the double Kickstarter campaign held for the development of the two RPGs, Penny Blood and Armed Fantasia. For context, Studio Wild Rose and Yuki Kaze, the developers of Penny Blood, ran a crowdfunding campaign together with Wild Bunch Production, the developers of Armed Fantasia, through a project called Double Kickstarter. The campaign garnered significant support from fans, raising about 380 million yen in funding. Since then, there have been regular progress reports about the development of both games. However, in his latest announcement, Machida has named Ben Judd as the producer of the double Kickstarter campaign and Dongan Entertainment as part of the campaign team, filing a lawsuit against them for unpaid production funds. Based on these circumstances, it seems that the parties running the campaign withheld funds meant for Pennyblood's development. Speaking of Ben Judd, he is the former CEO of Dongan Entertainment. In 2019, he was accused of sexual harassment and misconduct. Okay, that's relevant. While Dongan itself was embroiled in disputes over overdue payments to developers. The company initially refuted the allegations, but Judd eventually partially admitted to them and stepped down from his position at Dongan. In the aftermath, the publisher outlined a plan to revise its management policy, and Judd hinted that he would not only resign, but distance himself from the endeavors in the game industry, from his endeavors. However, based on Machia's lawsuit concerns, it seems Judd is still active in the industry, and that he was involved in running the Kickstarter campaign for Pennyblood together with Dongan, despite supposedly stepping away from the company. 2 days prior to making the announcement public, Pennyblood's director revealed that Wild Rose was struggling in a post to his personal Twitter account where he said, quote, "We're so grateful for the support you've shown us for the production of Pennyblood. Studio Wild Rose will keep at it without giving up. We're in a very difficult situation right now where we cannot tell the truth." That's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, like that's suspicious. Like,
we're in a tricky situation right now where we cannot tell the truth. But I believe that the truth will eventually come out. So I think what he means is
we can't tell like the whole story.
We have something we want to tell you but can't. But we think eventually it will release. And I feel that it is not far in the future. We hope you will continue to watch over us. The outcome of the lawsuit remains to be seen. In the meantime, Studio Wild Rose has announced Pennyblood Inheritors Story Volume 1, an illustrated ebook containing stories set in the universe of Pennyblood and Shadow Hearts. The book is set to be released in Japanese and English via Amazon, blah, 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 blah. All right. Keep an eye out for updates on this, Mirage. Thank you.
Real quick before you move on,
Mhm.
there was a Kickstarter that I backed. I want to say it was 2019. It was a Kickstarter called Drawing Blood. What Drawing Blood is, it was a 5-issue comic series that was supposedly a parody of Kevin Eastman, the co-creator of Ninja Turtles, and it's sort of like what's the best way to word it? Kind of like a mockumentary, like autobiography of how the turtle comic basically came to be, but they don't use his name. They change his name around, and it's like a completely different thing. But anyway, this was volume 2. I think part 1 got funded in like 2017, and I think part 2 got funded in 2018. I still, to this day, have not received any of my rewards, like none.
So I mean that's not uncommon for Kickstarter.
No,
there's no guarantee.
Yeah, but I will say this. I do have to give credit because I want to say like it was like Kevin Eastman, and then it was like a guy that they hired for IDW, Ben Bishop, to like write the thing about it. I will say at least they actually like went out of their way to say, hey, we're sorry, this and this came up, con appearances and stuff. At least they actually like gave some,
string you along so you don't sue.
Yeah. but like, kind of going back to Kickstarter. I mean, there's some that like they get funded, and like you don't hear like anything, like nothing. So I will say you got to kind of use your head, and just kind of take caution. I'm hoping that we'll hear some more about the Macross update pretty soon. But anyway, I was kind of going off topic, but
okay. I'm just gonna download a quick video that I didn't put in the doc yet, or in the brand, I guess I should say. Save video as downloads. You were doing so good at giving me a.
Wasted it by sitting down.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. So, believe it or not, Minecraft theme park lands announced. Minecraft Land theme park announced from Legoland developers. I mean, it's a no-brainer, but also like, wow.
The real question is, will Jack Black be there?
I'm gonna guess no.
My question is, will they let the kids in the mines?
I
Because
mean,
everybody likes the kids in the mines.
why else would you have this if not to put kids in mines? All right, so in the promotional video, we can see a live action glimpse of the Minecraft themed roller coaster, and it doesn't look like a simple kiddie coaster. This is the video that park place has decided is indicative of a real ride that will be at the park, and it's not kiddie stuff.
Wow.
That could be a real ride.
Yeah, going into the Nether portal. Yeah,
It would be a virtual ride like Soarin' from Disney World, where you're just sitting on like one of those 4D chairs. You know.
It says that leaves much speculation on what kind of audience Merlin Entertainment could be chasing. The company is also promising what they call, quote, digitally enabled real-life experiences, as well as what they are dubbing touch points that will let players unlock content in the video game that comes exclusively from their park. Well, shit. Now I gotta go.
Where is this, in Florida?
No, I think it's going to be in California.
Oh.
It's either going to be in California. So there's going to be one in the UK, and there's going to be one in the US. It's either going to be in New York or California, is what they said. I'm guessing California is where they're going to put it at Legoland as part of Legoland or something. So anyway, that's a thing. Look
That
forward
makes
to
too
that.
much sense now that you mentioned that.
Say what?
That makes too much sense now that you mentioned that. They'd put it near Legoland or something.
Yeah. Christopher Barker, long time no see. How you doing? Says, greetings, infidels. I just finished watching the final episode of Attack on Titan. Wow, what an ending. Wow.
No spoilers, please.
Yeah, no spoilers, because we're about to do that for our watch club.
It'll be the year of Attack on Titan next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tune in. Wait till come back in like January 2026 for the watch club.
Please. Gonna be like the month of Attack on Titan. We get through that shit so fast.
$10 says we don't do it till at least February.
Shut up, fool.
We got all of December for Oshinoko. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Speaking of Oshinoko, Japanese idol group asks fans to be respectful towards preteen singer for heartwarming reason. With the Christmas season here, management asks for sensitivity regarding one specific topic. To many fans, a big part of the appeal of idol music is the genre sense of community and a feeling of emotional connection with performers. At the same time, though, many idol singers are still very young, especially at the time of their debut. And so it's important for fans to be respectful when interacting with the members of the group, whether in person or online. It's against that backdrop that the official Twitter account of 4-member idol unit, Idol Kyoshitsu Nu, has made a clear request for fans regarding their treatment of member Seira Umegawa. Umegawa is the youngest member of the group and is currently in the 6th year of elementary school, corresponding to the age of 11 or 12 in the Japanese school system. With her tender age in mind, Idol Kyoshitsu News Management has called for consideration discussing the very sensitive topic. The statement reads, quote, an important announcement regarding Seira Umegawa. Thank you all for your continued kind support of Idol Kyoshitsu New. Seira Umegawa is currently in the 6th grade, and we are informing everyone that as of the time of this writing, November 25th, 2024, she still believes in Santa Claus.
Now they just ruined that because she's the first one to see this announcement.
We apologize for the suddenness of this, but following discussions between the other members of the group and Umegawa's parents, we are requesting that fans conduct themselves in words and actions with the presumption that Santa Claus exists.
Like, for real though, after posting this, she sees
You've given me the ammunition I need to be a dick. Like
they just completely ruined the entire point of it.
Right? Yeah. Turns out the only person to ruin the magic of Christmas was actually just her agent.
I feel like this has to be a stunt because what 12-year-old still believes in Santa Claus?
The wholesome idol kind?
Also, why are you 12 and an idol already? Like,
Ask
give it a
I.
couple years.
She was 12 at the beginning of Oshinoko.
I think he was 14.
Whatever.
She had the
Presumably
kids
she started
at
at
16.
12. I don't know.
She started at 12. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So the statement goes on to explain that while Umegawa's social Medica, I think you mean media, social media accounts are managed by her agents, the group is still asking for fans to maintain a Santa Claus's real atmosphere in their online reactions. The management is also asking fans to refrain from discussing this request with Umegawa directly, as well as to avoid the topic and debates as to the existence of Santa Claus when interacting with other members of the group at in-person fan events when Umegawa is within earshot. Please, I just need a Ben Shapiro debates the existence of Santa Claus compilation video.
But still, like, the announcement just completely ruined the entire thing.
Yeah, well, like I said, she doesn't manage her own social media accounts; they're managed by the.
But still, like, she's gonna see that at some point or hear about it, and this is the last time she believes in Santa Claus.
Hopefully, she's already emerged past the age for which she needs to, have had the experience that makes Santa Claus not real. I don't know. Hopefully by then she's walked in on her dad dressed as Santa under the tree. Idol Kyoshitsu News Management acknowledges that this may be an imposition upon fans, but asks for their support in allowing Umegawa to retain her current beliefs. Taking a look at replies to the request, the response has been overwhelmingly kind-hearted, with reactions including, quote, I mean, yeah, of course, because Santa is real.
The hell are you talking about? He is real.
As long as you believe in Santa, he is real. He'll be coming to the houses of pure-hearted people again this year. He comes to my house every year. This will be his 29th visit. There's even a Santa village in Finland. Oh, that proves it, I guess. You can track his Christmas Eve flight on the NORAD website. When you wake up on Christmas morning, there's a present waiting for you, right? So there's no reason to think Santa isn't real. Non-believers may think that the sooner kids abandon their belief in Santa, the better. With idol music being built on themes of hope and dreams, though, Idol Kyoshitsu News' way of handling the situation doesn't feel out of line. Oh. Anyway.
I'm pretty confident my nieces, who are like 3 and 6, don't already know. They already know Santa's not real.
I chose not to deceive my children. I want to see a picture of
me,
this.
not Santa Claus.
God, that's definitely not her. Holy shit.
How did you deal with them telling other kids?
I don't know. If you Google her, the girl who comes up is definitely a grown-ass woman, though. Anyway, it's Christmas. I don't blame her. She is just a child. Next story, crazed fan breaks in dressed as Santa. There can be no mistake. Christopher Barker says Santa Claus is the guy who breaks into your house and eats your food while leaving his crap behind. At least he has nice crap, usually, sometimes.
Made by child labor.
Elves aren't children, Reese. That's being ableist.
Wow.
Okay. All right, moving past this. Golden Kamuy's live action film is getting a sequel, so that's cool. I take it we didn't get a release over here yet.
For the original, nope.
Chop Funimation / Crunchyroll.
We still haven't gotten season 3, 4.
Fucking shame on me for not releasing. God, I suck ass at this. Good save. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to do it the hard way. All right. Bogus Skill Fruitmaster. About that time, I became able to eat unlimited numbers of skill fruits that kill you. Animated stream on Crunchyroll. Oh. That's the name. Do you want to know what it's called in Japan? It's known in Japan as Hazure Skill Kinomi Master. Why couldn't we call it that here? Anyway.
Too many syllables.
It's this one. There you go. Moving past that. China has censored queer romances in Arcane League of Legends.
What?
I am not Destiny. No. Hell no.
You were saying that you wanted to make out with me earlier.
Whoa. Whoa.
Only because it would get me in legal trouble. Share screen with audio. All right, here we go. Y'all ready for this? Okay. The Chinese release of Arcane League of Legends has reportedly censored romantic scenes between two female characters, Vi and Caitlyn. The scene shows Vi and Caitlyn having a heartfelt conversation and cuddling up to one another. Spoilers for the ending, by the way. However, the Chinese version has two characters spaced apart through awkward editing. Honestly, brilliant editing. Incredible editing. I can't believe they pulled this off editing.
Well, I mean, it's not really editing if they have access to the models that they could just re-render.
I just can't believe it worked out so well. So
You wanna know what's
Caitlyn
actually
becomes a
funny?
nondescript blur.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say, you know what's actually funny was before I read this article, before I even read the title of the article, I thought that this was like some like Kingdom Hearts like lesbian like fan fiction, because the chick with the red hair, I thought that was like a gender swapped Axel. And I thought that the girl with the eye patch was like one of the members of like Organization 13, until like I actually realized, oh, this is Arcane League of Legends. But I did see like the actual video. I watched it on Asmongold's stream. So
yeah.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I'll play it real quick for everybody else.
Is that singing?
It's just a tune my mother used to hum.
It's funny that they have the shadow casting up.
Are you still in this fight,
face?
Violet?
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out.
Well, that's weird.
That's a gross line, by the way. Just
right
there.
Oh my god, so romantic. That's the end, I think. I don't think there's anything more. Cool. I don't know why.
I wouldn't watch either of them.
Yeah. I have no desire to watch the original. even. Is it really censorship when you just make the ugly lesbians not lesbians? I don't know. It's not uncommon for companies to create versions of their content that are compliant with authoritarian regimes. This usually involves cutting scenes or even entire characters in order to appease the sensibilities of government censors. Of course, some fans are quick to point out hypocrisy. Censorship has become increasingly common when it's targeted towards sexual content. Critiques argue that this content leads to objectification and that it should be censored, while ignoring the fact that many of the same rules and policies intended to censor sexualized content can easily be targeted towards the LGBT plus community. What's particularly interesting is that Riot Games is wholly owned by Chinese media giant Tencent, which unfortunately implies that any representation in Arcane was cynically added to extract profit from Western audiences. So the reason it was so easy to cut it out is because they put it in there in such a way that they could add it in.
To be slightly fair, I don't think that Tencent had like super. They probably did have last say over the show, but like they weren't directly making the show, right? They were just like creative producers, I assume. So like the people creating the show were probably the people that were adding in the gayness, and then Tencent was like, well, yeah, we can work around this. Go ahead, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they sat down and said. I don't think Tencent sat down and said, make it gay because the West likes gay, but
Put
over
a
here
chicken it and make her lame and gay.
don't make it gay for us. Make it gay just enough that we could take it out for us.
Right.
Like I don't think that happened.
Make it really gross and include lines such as "I'm the dirt under your fingernails." Gays love that shit.
Gays love the unclean.
Oh, this is gonna be an interesting podcast in a minute. All right, you guys ready for this? So, this person said, localization teams do not get nearly enough credit for how much they contributed to your enjoyment of your favorite JRPGs. Actually, animating a de-gayified version just to appease homophobes is so whack. Scratchpoint says, localization suddenly isn't so great once it impacts something they care about. They either never see or just don't care to acknowledge the full scope of consequences of what they advocate for. Localizers don't deserve credit for our enjoyment of JRPGs when they often go out of their way to make completely unnecessary changes. In reality, it speaks to the quality of the original Japanese work itself that it's still enjoyable in spite of being subjected to ridiculous edits that make for a watered down or tonally different experience. If the standard was simply to translate a work to the region's language without concern for cultural sensitivity, none of this would be an issue. All right, let me share something with you guys. Netflix's Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft star, Haley Atwell, says the animated series will feature a, quote, more complicated version of the title heroine. What's more complicated? Oh, Netflix's Tomb Raider Legend of Lara Croft makes change to franchise's mainstay Zip, depicts him as a stereotypically gay man. All right, we're going to watch this. This is from the Asmongold subreddit. I don't know where the original video comes from, but it's pretty great, so we're going to watch it.
What a face to make.
Yes. Repeatedly, over and over throughout the entire show.
You know I love you.
You know what? We're going to share it a different way so we can pause it because some of this stuff goes by really quick. I am now realizing that's the reason I didn't add it to the brand previously.
You know I love you.
What's with the laser eyes?
Laser eyes? What are you talking about?
Keep going.
Oh, her eyes? Yeah.
Backstory, tell me more. There isn't more. She left me and never looked back. It's complicated.
Like rip your heart out? That's why you're closed off kind of complicated?
I forgot when things get tough, you leave.
What's that supposed to mean?
Forget it. didn't leave because of you. I didn't want you to leave. Why did you want to leave? You never even said goodbye. You wanted me to leave. So you didn't leave because you thought I was replacing you.
Oh.
Why did you leave? I left.
I think she likes you.
Love.
You should leave. I should leave.
If you only let one in.
Now that was a blast.
What the hell was that?
Come on, man.
Gay little like hand signal. What was that?
They did like it's like a secret handshake where they like point guns at each other with their fingers.
Yeah.
If you only
And then hold for them in the side.
That was a blast.
It's like
Take care of it. Come on, man.
This character's not gay. Very gay.
That hand thing.
They made
reminded
them
me
both
of,
gay. What was the point?
it's like the gay handshake
everyone's
of,
gay.
touching dick tips. It's like touching butts.
Everyone's gay.
That hand movement, the hand twirly thing, reminded me of Hazuri, the melancholy of whatever.
Haru Suzumiya?
Yeah, during the opening, the little dance thing.
Yeah, the last part where they're like,
Yeah.
whatever.
During,
Yeah.
during the Hari Yukai dance from the ending.
Yeah.
One
No, I
in the
think it's the opening, but anyway.
No, that's the
We'll
ending.
take care of it. Come on, man.
First yoga, then dance lessons.
More pointing.
Blue nail polish.
Your woman is out of control. Tell her I say I love her hair. Please, girl.
I hope you took him out to dinner first.
You know about giving away all your dad's things
That's
to rich
sexual
white folks.
harassment
They ask you how you're
of a statue.
You say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh, I guess I can't do both these at the same time. Never mind. Crying equals profound. She cries and needs hugs repeatedly.
I'm not strong enough.
Lara, it's okay to be sad.
Turns out I'm not the Croft you thought I was after all. I can't. I'm sorry. Aren't you sick and tired of being sick and tired? I was wrong.
Wow, what a cliche fucking line.
Oh, God. I wish you could see this. Everyone thought my father was crazy. You are imbalanced, like your father.
Just like your father, you finished an adventure your father started.
And I still didn't have my father over there. My father and I argued.
But you can't rebuild yourself by running away.
What the fuck?
You build by coming home and letting your friends
Is that a
help
guy?
you.
Is she cosplaying
You
as
know there's
Ash
something
Ketchum?
stronger than pain.
Do I?
Was that a she?
That was Lara.
No.
Yeah.
That's not Laura. No, it's not. She doesn't have a tattoo on her arm.
I guess he's just also gay then.
Yourself by running
What do you
away.
know?
You build by coming home.
I thought I
Letting your
could have sworn
friends
I
help
saw
you.
boobs, but I could be wrong.
You know there's something stronger than pain.
Do I?
They make everybody in the show gay just cuz?
Cry.
Sometimes I swear you have a death wish.
I don't.
I know.
Why say
Why say
You needed it. Can I just say you do matter to me, Jonah?
Wait. What's wrong with my banana pudding?
It tastes artificial.
Wow.
And I don't want to lie. Jonah, I need your help.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
And in the corner wallflowering.
I think we should watch the Tomb Raider movies just to have a palate cleanser. Like the
No.
early ones.
No.
They're better than this.
They're definitely better than this,
Yes.
but it's a pretty low bar.
The first one is watchable. That's about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it good. And actually, like,
while Lara certainly
what
is
they've
in tombs and raiding them, she's also clearly not pilfering other cultures' treasure.
I was gonna say what they've done to the series has made me like the movies even less.
Right. I'm gonna skip over this part because we're about to read some stuff about it. I think this is actually pretty close to the end too. So yeah, she no longer steals artifacts. We've already kind of reported on this.
Where'd you steal the armor from?
I didn't. It was a gift from a very nice fisherwoman.
All of her father's artifacts.
Lord Croft is probably rolling in his grave, poor man.
Wow.
Love your dress.
Converse shoes on.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm just being me. Their fish is incredible. I mean, obviously, fishing village, but...
And hopefully we do something both new and also something that we all remember loving.
So, I hope you weren't done cringing for the night.
Yeah, no, they put a Tumblr writer in charge of like this $1 million show.
Yeah, just wait till we get to Dragon Age.
Like, and nobody bothered to look over her writing either. They were just like, yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, gets worse if you can believe it. Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft fails to chart on Netflix's top 10 list. The show failed to generate even 1.8 million views, which was the amount of views that Prison Break Season 1 generated for the week of October 7th to October 13th. Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft debuted on October 10th, so showing that this is the week of these, right?
Prison
It
Break,
didn't
which
even
I would like to
outperform.
remind you too, is like a show from like 2004.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's a good show from 2004, but
yes,
but still,
yes.
I can't believe it, right? Like, it's not surprising that the show did not even chart, given initial reactions to the show's first trailer, which was released back in August, were overwhelmingly negative. Numerous comments at the time trashed the show. One person wrote, quote, "I see Lara is still falling repeatedly." Another stated, "Oh boy, they left the comment section open again." Ha ha. One person questioned why Lara Croft's iconic pistols were not present in the trailer. Where are her guns? After the trailer got trashed, showrunner Tasha Huo made things even worse by admitting that she wrote the show for, quote, little girls. She was asked if making the series animated allowed for it to be seen by younger audiences. She responded, "Yeah, the hope was always that everyone could watch it. If you played this game and you have young kids, you could sit and watch it and enjoy this world with them. It's sort of a gateway drug to playing the video games if you're younger, but also I definitely wrote it for us, for adults, for people who played the games their whole lives and really enjoyed it. And so the themes are very adult."
Cool, awesome. But I
You
guarantee
sound like an adult the way you've written, right?
Like your
definitely.
daughter would not watch this. You put this
Fuck
shit in
no.
front of her, she's gonna be like,
There-
"We watched
it's so
something
funny.
else in like 5 minutes."
They say, like, you know, we want parents who have kids now, we want them to be able to enjoy their favorite franchise with their kids. And it's like, you have guaranteed that I will never, ever entrust you with my franchise in front of my children again. There is so little, you know, that would make me actually want to, like, I don't even want to take my kids to see the Minecraft movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a weird statement to say when
The
I don't know
gateway
if they
drug,
bring it up.
right?
But well, not only is it a gateway drug like weird when you're talking about kids, but also the latest run of Tomb Raider games have been rated M.
Yeah.
Like hard M.
And she's
there's
always meant to be a sex symbol in the gaming community. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they've kind of gotten away from that, but in the latest games, they were constantly killing her violently.
Yeah.
Like if you fucked up,
Yeah. The one,
you
the
would
more
fall
realistic
through
looking
like
ones, yeah.
if you would fall through like a river full of rapids and like get impaled in the neck by a log, like graphically die.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna gateway drug. Little Kayla is gonna come play the game that has the main character violently die every 5 seconds because she doesn't have the motor skills to actually do any of the actions.
So real quick, Enriv says, wait, they still haven't put out Golden Kamuy Season 4 on Blu-ray? Shit, I don't know. I didn't know that. We were talking about the live action Season 1.
Yeah, I
Live-action
mentioned
movie.
that they still hadn't put out the fourth season. I
don't
thought
think
they
the
hadn't put out the third season. They did put out the third season.
Yeah, I don't think the fourth season or whatever has come out. I don't know. Has that even aired?
Yeah.
Okay. I just haven't been paying attention. Shit, I didn't know that. Also sucks David Wall played the villain in that, so we get to deal with that recast for the final season. Fuck.
Yeah, the guy with the skull cap.
Yeah.
I liked him too. Fuck.
Yeah. China used Adobe to edit? I don't think so. I think they had in the composite, they turned off the layer with the other character.
Yeah.
To be honest, if they censored this, what did they do with the other scene? I'm legit more curious how they went about that one, assuming they didn't just cut it completely. Are you talking about the scene with the bedroom scene? Because I know what they did. Although they didn't have like a comparison to show it, so I didn't think it was worth showing. They turned it into a best friends forever sleepover. Yep, that's what they did. Does it count as editing when the scene was made to be easily modified for this purpose? I don't know. I mean, I saw a localizer on the Ranma remake bragging about how they didn't use Riz. And I'm just like, you did your job for once. Good. That should be your standard. Is this a supercut of all the scenes that will be removed from the Chinese release? Yes. Are you sick and tired of Sick and Tired? Yes, I am sick and tired of Sick and Tired. 2 Tomb Raider films are guilty pleasures. I don't know. When you say the 2, are there 2 with Angelina Jolie? Because I think there's a third one with a different actress, right?
Yeah, there's
just making sure.
There's also
universally panned.
I don't think I've watched any of them. To be honest,
I think there are 3 with Jolie, aren't there?
No, just 2.
There's 2 and there's one.
Tomb Raider and Tomb Raider: The Cradle of Life.
There's also you know how at Walmart in like the bargain bin section they'll have like Transformers and then they'll have like the cheap like knockoff or whatever. They actually have a movie. I think it's on I think it's on Tubi. It's called Tomb Invader. And
is that the porn parody?
What's Club Win?
Christopher Barker says, "Does Netflix's top 10 list even matter? Because me give no crap. Me no give a crap." Okay.
Yeah, Netflix has not had a very good track record with anime adaptations of video games lately.
Well, this is definitely not anime, but
this is a
I know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Regardless.
So, the point of it is that a show from 2004 performed better than a show that was like hyped up and released and all the press around it.
A show 2 decades old.
Yeah. Kutuchi says, I'd let my kids play the game before I'd let them watch this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I never even played the game. I played the demo. I had the demo of it on like a PlayStation disc with all the demos. Watching others play a game as a way to get said person to play the game is dumb. Okay. Tomb Raider cartoon is the gateway to poop desperation. Oh no. Was JT Unlimited? Let me not slander the other JT in comments. Was JT Unlimited a Tomb Raider fan? I'm talking about the prison cell scene in season 2. For Ranma or for prison cell for Arcane. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Millions of dollars wasted on turning Lara into a lesbian. Definitely. Absolutely, definitely. They call it clearance at Walmart. Yeah, how dare you?
I will say that on because I know random was it you Random 11 that was talking about the Tomb Raider reboot games earlier, or was that Greenland?
I brought up the
one that was like super violent.
The violent ones, yeah.
Lara.
I will.
That's the one
I
where
will
her
say,
neck is like broken in the poster for the movie.
I will say that the reboot games, they're more along the lines of like the Uncharted games.
Yeah.
There are still like puzzles, but it's definitely a lot more action packed, which isn't really a bad thing. I think I played I played one of them. I think it was like Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
I played the first one. It was alright.
Yeah.
Can we just acknowledge that this Footnum neck appropriation going on here? Also, it's goddamn enormous. How is her head so big? Who made this and thought, yeah, that looks good?
Yeah, clearly that head does not belong to that body.
This is clearly like at best, this is a hieroglyphic proportion. Like, you know? Yeah, this looks pretty bad. I can't believe that got greenlit, to be honest. Like, it doesn't even look good, right? I mean, to be fair, she doesn't look much better in this poster. Right? But
Her
come
head's
on.
smaller. His head is definitely smaller.
Only a little. Anyway, yeah, it looks pretty bad. All right. Let's go back to discussing this.
I actually remember watching the first Tomb Raider movie with Angelina Jolie in theaters with my dad, and we both looked at each other and were like, "Man, this movie sucked."
Turns out you can't just be hot.
But
There's more to it than that.
I will say, thumbs up for the shower scene. In
Oh,
that movie. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I haven't watched it. So she goes on to say regarding like, oh, the themes are so adult, but we're made it for kids, but it's like super adult themed. There's still a lot of violence, but the animation, you're right, it does allow for it to not feel as graphic. And so it does create a bigger space for people to enjoy, which hopefully they do. I'm writing it for little girls as much as I'm writing it for big girls, who also claim that Lara Croft was a cold figure because she had been previously written by men. Isn't that weird, though? You became a fan from the version that was written by men, and now you've assured that nobody will be a fan because you wrote it. Like, I think it was fun to be able to have one scene where she does an incredible feat of strength or agility and what have you, the Lara thing, and then another scene where she's hugging a friend and is emotional with them. I think that's something we definitely wanted to explore in terms of Lara's womanhood. So you associate womanhood with being weak? Okay. Because historically she's been written by men, so she has been kind of this cold figure, and I know she's not like that. I know the real Lara, the one that men didn't write, the one in my headcanon fantasy.
That's totally true because of me.
So that was the exciting part to see sort of behind the veil of how she is in her everyday life. A crybaby lesbian who attempted to do some damage control given the negative reaction to not only the trailer, but her comments as well. Quote, there's a desperate concern that the show is going to be too modern and not be enough like the Lara we know and love. I just want the fans to know that this is the show that we've all been waiting for as fans. It feeds into all the stuff we love from the original games. This is a show made by fans from top to bottom.
So how is it that there's almost nothing from the originals?
I didn't see anything that made me go like, oh, I want to watch that shit. Not one little thing.
It's Lara Croft in name only. Like, how is this?
If you can believe it, despite the negative reviews and seemingly poor viewership, it got a second season.
Wow.
They do stipulate here, quote, when adventurer Lara Croft discovers a trail of stolen African Orisha masks, this is for the second season, she joins forces with her best friend Sam to retrieve the precious artifacts. Lara's thrilling new adventure takes her around the globe as she delves deeper into the hidden secrets of Orisha history, dodges the machinations of a dangerous and enigmatic billionaire who wants the masks for himself. Oh my God, those billionaires! They just take for themselves. Okay. So, while discovering these relics contain dark secrets and a power that defies logic, power that may, in fact, be divine. Of note, the announcement does not say that the season was renewed. It just say that it is confirmed. It's quite possible that a second season was always planned and was even part of the initial deal to begin with. Then they go on to talk about She-Ra, which got greenlit for 52 episodes and ran for 5 seasons because they originally greenlit it, and part of the deal was like, you give us 5 seasons, even though every season was dog shit. In other news related somewhat to this, Sophie Turner is going to play Lara Croft in Tomb Raider, Amazon series from Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I threw up in my mouth with just about every other word. I don't think I need to read this article. I think it's all this one. Fans are disappointed by the prospect of Sophie Turner's being cast as Lara Croft in Amazon's Tomb Raider series. Suggests alternative franchise role. Quote, I just can't see it. While Sophie Turner may have won over fans with her performances as Sansa Stark in Game of Thrones, and then lost them with her performance as Jean Grey in X-Men Dark Phoenix, the recent announcement that the British actress will play Lara Croft in Amazon's Tomb Raider series has left longtime fans of the video game heroine less than thrilled. Has there ever been a worse time to be a Tomb Raider fan? I'm sharing this entirely for this because I laughed my ass off. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a little bit further down. Never mind. However, rather than widespread applause and celebration, Turner's casting as Lara Croft was instead met with disappointment, with many franchise fans arguing that the actress was, simply put, just not a good fit for the turquoise tank top clad archaeologist. In a thread discussing the potential casting on the Tomb Raider subreddit, one user said, quote, I can't see it one bit. Another said, I don't think she's a bad actress at all, but I cannot picture her as Lara whatsoever. Another said,
I think she is a bad actress.
Yeah. She's okay in the early seasons of Game of Thrones when she's a helpless, girl or whatever.
And she had 2 lines.
Yes. They killed Lady. Oh, so sad. I'd be happy to get proven otherwise, but as with many here, I just can't see it. And I'm still trying to find out why. I liked her in Game of Thrones. She was very fitting for at least early Sansa Stark, but I see Lara as less stiff, I guess? Turner doesn't strike me as the type to free climb a cliff or give a sassy comment after evading a falling boulder. But we'll see what kind of Lara they are giving us in the show. Listen to this. Others still took issue with the anecdote, as previously recalled by her co-star Jennifer Lawrence, that a scene of Turner crying in Dark Phoenix, likely the one in which Jean Grey, shocked by her manifestation of her powers, cries in an alley during a downpour, that was apparently helped by her vocal coach having taken her jewel vape pod away from her right before the scene started shooting, which sent fans raised as proof that the actress was too stiff for the role of Lara. Wow. Is that how they're going to get Lara to cry in the live action? They're just going to take her vape away? However, while the fans found Turner to be a mismatch for the series' lead protagonist, in acknowledging her talents as an actress, they did propose an alternate role. Rather than Lara Croft, Turner would be better suited to play villainous Jacqueline Natla. I mean, yes. Yes. Perfect casting. If we had to put her in something, that's it, right? She also resembles that iteration of the character.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
At current, Amazon has yet to officially confirm Turner's casting. So,
It'd be funny if he actually turned out to be the villain role instead of Laura.
be great. I would honestly watch a dude playing Lara over this, right? Especially if it was like, I don't know, Will Ferrell. All right. In theater release news, Kaiju number 8 anime uncovers Hoshina's Day Off special episode visual. So season 2 of the series is currently in production. It looks like they're doing like a little OVA special that's going to be released in theaters. So technically not an OVA, right?
Hopefully it gets released with season 1 when Crunchyroll releases that, but probably not.
It's a wait. Whoa. When it comes to blowing up, few do it better than Vice Commander Hoshina. So after being relegated to the corner in the recent visual revealed for Kaiju number 8 season 1 anime compilation film, he's now at large in a full-size visual for the Hoshina's Day Off special episode that will be paired with the film during its 3-week run. Okay. There you go. So it's actually an OVA-ish attached to the movie that's a compilation film.
Kind of like how
give you a reason to actually go, right?
Kind of like how the solo leveling is like the recap movie has like season 1, episode 1 and 2 or something, or just episode 1. But like how like the Attack on Titan recap movies.
Yes, exactly.
Season 2 had the season 3 premiere.
Episode 1, yeah.
How Demon Slayer, the recap movie had.
That wasn't a recap movie.
They had one. They had a recap of the.
Oh yeah. They literally just stitched 3 episodes together. I don't consider that a recap movie.
That is a recap, actually. Believe it or not.
It was literally.
You're saying they didn't do anything other than take off the ending and the opening.
Yes.
So it's not quite a compilation film because let me translate. What Reese is trying to say is that when you do a recap or a compilation film, normally you edit it down.
Right.
But what they did for this is they gave you the entirety of the 3 episodes, but because it's only 3 episodes, it wasn't too long to be in a theater setting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everybody feels heard. Great. All right. Also, Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim has got a new special poster. So I'm going to show it to you guys this way. This was the original poster we looked at.
Scroll down just a little bit.
Hold on. I'm trying to open this in a new tab. No open.
I don't think we need it.
All right. So this is the one we looked at a little while ago. I actually like this one better. And this is the new one.
Yeah.
This one feels more Blu-ray cover art.
I just want to say, if you're an Ollie fan, get fucked on that tusk because the tusk is longer than your stupid elephant nose. You ain't getting anything with that. You're going to God damn it, can't pick it up. I don't have eyes on the bottom of my jaw to see. I don't know. Seems like a bad design. I don't remember them being that big in the movies. Anyway, moving past this. Cool. Okay. Oh, it comes out on December 13th in USA.
Yeah.
So get on it. All right.
Early screenings on the 12th.
You could definitely fund the Anime Collector Patreon if you want me to go see it.
Help pay for your ticket to get that after the film clip or video out early.
The first impressions video.
Whatever.
Yep.
First.
By the way, I recently on Thanksgiving I watched the Ralph Bakshi Hobbit, and I actually need to apologize for all the negative things I've said about the live action Hobbit franchise.
Oh.
Because it's exactly the same.
That's the animated one from the 70s.
Yeah.
Did they include a love triangle that was in that?
So the love triangle is the gravest sin, and then the white orc. I think the white orc is in the novel, but he's not in the original Ralph Bakshi one. But there were so many things that when I saw them, like, oh yeah, that was in the Peter Jackson one. I dismissed it as crap. Like when the like specifically the part that really stood out to me was the part with the tree when they're being chased by the wargs. That's what they're called, right? Yeah, the wargs.
Yeah, the wargs.
They're being chased by the wargs, and
the wargs.
And they climb the tree, and then the tree's like on fire, and it starts to fall, and then they get picked up by the eagles and stuff. All that shit happens in the original, and I was like, huh. They took the inspiration from this, huh? I guess it was just rose-colored glasses. It also has breakneck speed to get through it, so I don't know. Maybe 3 movies wasn't a bad idea. 2 movies would definitely have been better, but whatever. All right, Shabake.
Gotten through with one.
What's up?
I think they could have gotten through with one, like a 3.5 hour movie.
Yeah. So when we eventually do a watch party for it, my friend Nick did edit them together to be 1 movie instead of 3. So we will probably watch that version to get through it quickly. And then we can watch the extended edition of Lord of the Rings. All right. So anyway, Shabake, historical fantasy novel, gets TV anime in 2025. Have you ever seen an anime character look more unappealing with that haircut?
Yeah. I don't know what they were doing with that haircut, man.
I have seen this haircut in anime not look this horrifying. I think
it looks like she has a bald cap. It looks like there's a bald cap on top of his head.
It looks like they needed to take the bald part down to like here. Right? Like it looks like it's so small that it looks weird. Set during the Edo period, Shabake follows the adventures of Ichitaro, the heir to Nagasakiya, one of the largest commercial stores in Nihonbashi. Ichitaro was born sickly and is unable to go outside as a result. But he is beloved by the spirits, such as his friend Sasuke in Inugami. Inu meaning dog and Gami meaning god. Maybe, probably not. And Jinkichi, a Hakutaku, who accompany and protect him. One night, Ichitaro sneaks out of his home and witnesses a murder, and thus begins his search for the culprit with the help of his spirit companions. Wow. I don't want to watch it at all. Okay. Meanwhile, Ninja to Koroshiya no Futarigurashi anime reveals a release date in new trailer. That's not all they reveal. I guess it is. Okay, well, you could see here. She wears that, and that's...
She's rocking that shirt.
I mean, that is a full-body skin-tight suit, my friend.
Whatever.
Pretty sure it goes all the way down here. Anyway, so there you go. This one has a shiny, glinting nipple. Says here, the story follows Sadako, a ninja who escapes from her village and is saved by a passing high school girl, Konoha, when she collapses in the city. Sadako's pursuers close in, but much to their and Sadako's surprise, Konoha holds her own against them, since her true identity is that of an assassin. It is Futa ninja anime. Futari. Oh, Futarigurashi merch win. All right. Babanbabanban. Yeah, I said it right. Vampire TV anime premieres on January 11th. It's coming to Netflix. I can't wait. So once again, this is the story about the like 7,000-year-old vampire who works, 450-year-old vampire who works at a bathhouse and is in search of the ultimate taste, the blood of an 18-year-old virgin. So he's pursuing this boy's virgin blood, but then this boy falls in love with this girl. So it's like comedy antics of how to stop him from getting laid, right? Yeah. I don't know. It just sounds funny to me. Anyway, The Invisible Man and his soon-to-be wife anime announced for 2025 release. She's blind and he's invisible. So there you go. She never knew. Yako Shizuka. Guess what Shizuka means? Quiet. She's blind and quiet. Yako Shizuka,
Perfect wife.
a quiet and bashful woman, works at a detective agency. Her boss, Tonome, who owns the company, is a gentlemanly type, kind and dapper. Though he has an extra talent, he's invisible. His
What a
special
talent.
ability... What's up?
I said, what a talent.
Yeah. His special ability is perfect for detective work.
You have to go out and do just a
Yes! I can't wait until he's like standing in the corner and like he's trying to like not be seen and he like his dick gets caught in like the elevator door closing. Like, God, that's gonna be fucking funny, right? His special ability is perfect for detective work, but he quickly comes to find it doesn't work on Yako, who is blind and always knows if he's near. Charmed, Tonome is determined to get her to date him and isn't against using his many skills. Yako's quirky co-workers, a contrarian human man, and a sisterly beast woman, what the fuck? Kindly watch over her as she stumbles and blushes through the uncharted waters of office romance.
I'll probably watch this.
Hell yeah, I'll watch it. Clevatess anime reveals 2025 release and key visual. Don't know what the fuck it is, but there's a baby and
Babe.
a baby. All right. Anyway, moving past that. Wow, we haven't even gone 2 hours yet. That's awesome. Even given the worthless appraiser class, I'm actually the strongest. Anime recruits rock band ASTERISM for opening theme. Who cares about the opening theme? Let's look at the images.
Do you think you could see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
I can't decide which one is the best, to be honest.
Dark Elf's looking pretty good back there.
Yeah, I'm going with the Dark Elf as well.
Yeah, me too,
Wow.
Dark Elf.
I like the maid elf with the purple hair.
You can have her.
Yeah, she's nice.
I'll take her.
Blonde's also.
I can tell you who I don't like. The one with the bangs, the red-haired one.
Oh, really? Because she reminded
That's probably
me of
a child.
Good.
Of
Whoa.
what's her name? Oh, gosh, she reminds me of what's her face from Tenchi Muyo.
Oh, Ryoko?
No, the scientist.
Oh, Washu?
Yeah,
That's the
Washu.
name.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of Washu a little bit.
Damn. I like Washu. I don't like her though. These girls like have the weirdest blush too. Anyway, move past this. Magic Maker Isekai Maho no Tsukurikata anime premieres on January 8th. Don't know why I shared this other than to say this haircut. I remember, don't worry.
Oh.
This haircut in anime is too damn prevalent these days. It is the crimson chin of video game women, and I will not stand for it. I will not watch a show for which the character has this ugly ass haircut. Welcome to my TED Talk. Anyway, pass the monster meat, my lady.
This guy, I'm going on the thumbnail with the
fedora. I like how she's holding cake too. Like that's not monster meat.
That's not his meat.
Oh, she's got nice legs. Damn. Pass the legs, my lady. Like any proper nodal lady, like any proper noble lady, one must have certain acquired taste. For Melfiera Marshall Riyadh, she just happens to crave a rather exotic protein. Monsters. Is this the sequel to Toriko? But do not judge. Despite its bad reputation, monster meat can be used in exquisite cuisine, and Melfiera is determined to change the kingdom's opinion of it. Unfortunately, since debuting in society, Melfiera has been struggling to find her perfect match until she meets the fearless, blood-mad Duke of Galbraith. Wow.
Did you already finish all that sake?
Yep. Now it is filled with urine. No, it's whiskey.
Oh.
Don't worry, I counteracted it with this. It'll be perfectly fine. Right.
Is that healthy?
Yes. All right, me and the Alien Moo Moo manga gets an anime adaptation in 2025. This cat is my spirit animal. And also thumbnail worthy, so there you have it. I don't have anything to say about this. You just had to see it so that I may be permitted to put it in the thumbnail. All right. In much
and
more important
everybody
news,
collectively screams. Yep, I heard that. I heard it like a day or two ago. I heard that from Reese. That exact sounds. I heard like a day
Yeah, I
ago.
wish I didn't hear that. Whatever the fuck that was.
New Lupin film, ladies and gentlemen.
it's not just a new Lupin film. It is a new Lupin the Erd Lupin film. So that's
Creme
like
de la creme.
the only thing that could be better than this, and even still probably wouldn't be better, is another Lupin the Third, the First, right?
In
Like-
the 3D, yeah.
Yeah. So for those of you who aren't following, Koike, Takeshi Koike directed Redline. He also directed all of the Lupin the Erd films. And if you're not familiar what Lupin the Erd is, it's when it's written Lupin the
RD.
right? And so this is Jigen's Gravestone,
Okay,
Goemon's Bloodstray.
I was wondering about that, but then you were weird about it with the Erd. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Like,
So it's Jigen's Gravestone, Goemon's Bloodspray, and Fujiko's Lie.
Yep.
So hype because
this is Zenigata's film.
the
right?
Zenigata movie. God damn it! Give me the Zenigata movie. It seems like it might be actually. There's a little
When's
bit of
Lupin getting his film?
He's got the entire
Is it the
freaking
last-
series. Come on.
Well, I mean, is that going to be the last one of this lineup?
They showed a lot of stuff from the previous. Like the stuff on the train, that's all new.
Yeah. So
That's-
far,
And the stuff, like, they're
there's
going
not like a Lupin one, like Lupin's whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're
Yeah.
going to do one because obviously Lupin's kind of the. I mean, maybe they'll end with Lupin. I don't know. They definitely wouldn't end with Zenigata, right?
I feel like if they don't, I feel like if they don't do it for this movie, they should end it off with like a remake with the remake of Mystery of Mamo, and have that be his like because of Mamo's kind of been sprinkled in throughout the rest of the other three.
Okay. Question: will they do if they do the Mystery of Mamo again with like advanced high def film noir style graphics?
Do the Hitler scene?
Yes. Will I get
Yes,
the Hitler scene?
please.
Podcast magic. All right. So hype. We don't know anything about it, right? There's no like time
it's-
frame that just like.
it's-
Hey, by the way,
no,
this is a thing
next
we're
year.
doing?
Next year.
Oh,
Year. That's all we got. And it's that supposedly quote unquote feature length, but feature length can be more than 40 minutes technically. But if they're saying feature length, hopefully more than 90 minutes.
How long were the previous ones?
48, like they're basically 2 episodes.
Yeah.
It's like 50 minutes or something.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay with it. Like, I feel like they're just shy of satisfying you in length, which I think is a good thing for media to a degree, because it leaves you hungry for the next thing, right? And I think that there's like a tipping point when you've overstayed your welcome or have given me closure to the point where I'm not hungry for the next thing. So I kind of liked that they're around 48 minutes.
Except they had to wait like what 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, that part I didn't like. But if you fund the Patreon, I might actually release the videos I recorded about the previous Koike films. I did do a 2-for-1 special where I got to see Goemon's Blood Spray and Fujiko's Lie in one sitting, and Christina V was there, dressed as Fujiko, and it was fantastic. So one of the things about this, coming back to that actually, is dubcast is different from the normal show.
Yeah, they're basically trying to emulate Funimation's cast,
which is really weird
because these follow the woman called Fujiko Mine series.
Yeah, but only so who voices Fujiko in that?
Michelle Ruff. Weirdly enough.
Michelle, weirdly enough.
So the only person that they pull in, who's the cast in Woman Called Fujiko Mine then?
So
who plays Lupin? Is it Sunny Strait?
Sunny Strait, Richard Epcar.
So the literal only one is Richard Epcar.
No, Richard Epcar was Jigen.
Then how does this? Your statement makes zero sense.
No. Stab it was Jigen. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stab it was Jigen. I think they had Mike McFarland as Goemon, and for some reason they brought Epcar back for Zenigata, weirdly.
Okay.
Instead of as Jigen.
That's gotta be a weird conversation to have when you're called back for Lupin, and it's like, all right, so Zenigata actually, right? Oh, so
yeah,
for Jigen,
no,
right?
Jigen, Actually, we want you to play Zenigata.
I think they brought it up in when they had 2 roundtable interview things on the special features. I think they mentioned it in one of those.
Mike McFarland was Goemon.
Yeah.
And Richard Epcar. Yeah, so literally the only person that's reprising their role from that Woman Called Fujiko Mine is Richard Epcar.
Yeah.
And then they have Goemon is Lex Lang.
Yeah, who's the legacy?
Who is the original legacy Goemon. And then original legacy Jigen, Richard Epcar, is now voicing Zenigata. And we got rid of Michelle Ruff and replaced her with Christina V, which honestly I think was fucking great. I think Michelle Ruff is good. Christina V embodied the character really fucking well. And great. Then they got rid of Sunny Strait and replaced him with Silverstein.
Yeah, Keith Silverstein, who I think is great for.
Yeah,
he was
I think Tony Oliver hands down is best Lupin, but I'll take Silverstein.
Yeah, and then Dan Warren, who every time they had they announced the cast, they blurred out his picture because of I think he the union contract kind of thing or whatever.
That's funny.
He's fine as Jigen too.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
I like my favorite voice in the whole franchise is what's his name? Donald, what's his name? What's I don't recognize this name fucking at all.
What name?
Jake Martin?
Jake Martin, that's Zenigata. That's the original.
That's not...
No, Dan Martin. Dan Martin, Jake Martin.
Dan Lorge. That's the name he normally goes by.
Yeah,
that Jake Martin's his alias.
One of his aliases.
He's my favorite voice actor in the series.
He was phenomenal for Zenigata in part 2.
Oh, I fucking love him. He's got that real phlegmy way of. Oh, I goddamn love that.
That is very, very much emulating the Japanese one.
Yeah,
fantastic.
I love that. I want more of that. Give me more of that, please. Anyway, all right. So in manga news, Tennessee school districts removed multiple manga series from libraries. So this is just a continuation of what we've been talking about. Assassination Classroom, we previously reported, had been pulled off of. It went under review in North Carolina.
One of the Carolinas.
We'll probably get a recap here as we read it, but so now they're pulling a shit ton of manga for review. So let's see how this goes. I am fully on board with this, by the way. I am 100% on board with schools removing manga from the library. I don't. Whatever takes that step backwards from anime and manga being mainstream, I am all for it.
Yeah.
Okay. this fandom was built on people like us who buy physical media and made this profitable to do, and it should remain that way.
Right.
Get out of here, random kids who are
like honestly, like manga, like the school library.
Look, I'll make a concession. You can keep the Avril Lavigne manga in the schools. I would be okay with that.
So when I was in school, like the purpose, obviously the purpose of the library was reference and getting your reading aptitude up.
The only
Manga's
books in the library should be Animal Farm, the Iliad, the Odyssey, right? 1984.
Yeah, like I mean, obviously,
To Kill a Mockingbird.
But
Naruto teaches about the circle of hatred.
Speaking of To Kill a Mockingbird, I literally cannot escape that book at my job. Holy shit! So many people have donated
Whoa! You should read it. J.D. Salinger's To Kill a Mockingbird, right?
I have read it.
Yeah, this is the book that inspired the movie Taxi Driver, as well as the special episode of Ghost in the Shell standalone complex about what I thought I would do, the Laughing Man. What I thought I would do is pretend I was one of those deaf mutes. Required reading for everybody.
How?
What's up?
How?
Wait, no. The deaf and mute, that's from Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, I think so.
That's the book I was thinking of. Take everything I just said and apply it to that instead. Thank you.
Jesus. You need to read.
I can't escape
Catcher in the Rye either.
Yeah, apparently I do, because I've only read J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye. Anyway, moving past that. So in the past 2 months, 2 school districts in Tennessee have listed the books, including manga series, that they have removed from school libraries. Okay, I would just like to say, real quick, as shit as Anime News Network is, I want to give them credit. It appears, for the most part, their authors proofread their work before pushing publish on the thing, because there aren't very many grammatical errors where words are fucking missing or doubled up compared to other articles we usually read. So they've been removed from the school libraries. Other school districts in Tennessee are considering how to comply with a new state law this year to limit books in school libraries. Wait a minute. Citation needed. I would like to see the law that says libraries can only have 10 books. Sorry. Only books allowed are Animal Farm, 1984.
They're being removed for the wrong reason.
Yeah. The Rutherford County Schools removed over 150 titles from its schools' libraries on November 11th after board member Francis Rosales flagged them a day earlier. Reese, how does it feel knowing that the books you donated to your local library will be removed because of bureaucrats? Right?
I don't donate to school libraries. I donate to local library, the actual library that has porn in it.
I hope they're donating the books to an actual library.
Can you rent Playboys from library where you live?
I don't think so.
So
But you know
what's
what
the
I mean. For archival purposes, I need that 1994 May that has shade marks in the centerfold. Come on.
Sounds like you've already got a copy. All right. Francis Rosales flagged them earlier. The first 8 volumes of Yusei Matsui's Assassination Classroom manga and volume 1 of Atsushi Okubo's Fire Force. Well, I just love that it's the first 8 volumes of Assassination Classroom. Only volume 1 it needs to be for Fire Force are among the titles under review. I mean, I've only seen the first episode of Fire Force, maybe the first 2 episodes, but I feel like probably past volume 1 is where things start to get real spicy when Tamaki shows up, right?
Isn't she in volume 1?
She might be. I think she shows up in episode 2.
She is, in fact, in volume 1.
I remember we covered that article where the feminists were like, they were decrying the treatment of the character Tamaki after she was so elegant in episode 1. It's like, they've mistaken Maki and Tamaki for being the same character. Like, Anyway,
honestly, it's probably not a good book for the school library. Like,
I advocate all of it being removed. I'm cool with this. Look, see, just so we're clear, everybody. I'm not saying kids can't read it. I'm just saying the school should not be providing it.
Yeah, especially publicly funded schools.
Yeah. Like this is not. I don't send my kids to school. Well, actually, I don't because I homeschool them. But I don't send my kids to school to let them read books that are leisure. Or you go to school to fucking learn.
Yeah, these books do not enrich your knowledge and your understanding of the world.
I mean, Death Note definitely does, but you shouldn't enjoy yourself in school. It should be a grueling, horrible experience like it was for me. All right, so it says here, another board member, Caleb Tidwell, said that the titles were sexually explicit under school board policy and state obscenity laws. I'm just curious, are we also getting rid of genderqueer in those other books that teach kids how to hook up on Grindr and have anonymous sex? Are we getting rid of those too?
The joys of anal sex.
The joys of anal. During a September board meeting, one of Tidwell supporters for banning the books said that they contained, quote, pornographic material. The removal follows an earlier list of banned books from Tidwell in February, which contained 35 books not part of the district's curriculum, but available in the libraries. The district has 60 days to review the books before deciding to return them to libraries or permanently ban them. So the district is going to return them to okay. I thought that the school had to review them for a second. Whatever. Another school district in Tennessee, Wilson County Schools, listed on October 24th about 400 titles that it has removed from school libraries. The list includes the following titles: Jujutsu Kaisen, Case Closed; JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Bungo Stray Dogs, Fist of the North Star, The Tempest Manga Shakespeare, My Hero Academia Vigilantes.
Just volumes one and 3. 2 is fine because you don't need volume 1 for context. You don't need volume 3. Just read volume 2.
Parasite has been banned.
Why is Parasite even in school?
You know why. You fucking know why. It's way more graphic.
I want to know if that's actually in the manga.
It is, and it's significantly more graphic.
Oh.
Rosario plus vampire. No.
My family is over. Can you stop?
I can't. I'm a loud boy. I am not.
I smell it in here.
Anyway, Rosario plus vampire, Attack on Titan, Tokyo Ghoul, Promise Neverland. Why? Blue Exorcist, Durarara, Bloom Into You, Soul Eater, Akira, The Seven Deadly Sins, Inuyasha, Black Butler, Hunter x Hunter, Alice the 19th, and Air Gear.
Wow. Hunter x Hunter's not sexual at all.
Some of these I'm just a little bit surprised they were in there to begin with. To be honest. Akira, really? I couldn't help but notice Berserk didn't get banned. Pretty sure it was never there to begin with. Rosales told Chalkbeat, a news organization dedicated to education in America, that she used Wilson County's list of removed books as well as the Book Looks website to compile the list of books to remove in Rutherford County schools. School districts in other states removed books such as Assassination Classroom, partly on the basis of reviews on Book Looks last year. The Tennessee state legislature made changes to the Age Appropriate Materials Act of 2022 on July 1st to expand the definition of obscenity. Any material, quote, containing nudity or describes or depicts sexual excitement, sexual conduct, excess violence, or sadomasochistic abuse are now prohibited with the amended act. Material which appeals to the prurient interest should also be under consideration for age appropriateness. What a weird way to phrase it. Chalkbeat in the Clarksville Now. Okay. And the Clarksville Now website reported that the Clarksville Montgomery County School District sent Wilson County Schools list of removed books as a resource to its schools to review and consider for removal there. And then this is all backstory or stuff we've already covered. Anyway, down with libraries, I guess. You're right. I lied. Ralph Bakshi did not do The Hobbit. He did Lord of the Rings. It was the Rankin Bass one that did The Hobbit. Anyway, regardless, my point still stands beyond that part. But thank you for correcting me. I asked, is there a worse time to have been a Tomb Raider fan? Christopher Burke says, it's the worst time to be a Star Wars fan. So did the Tomb Raider fandom first time?
How long has it been since that started? Was that, you're bad to be a Star Wars fan from episode 7 onwards.
Let's
right?
be honest. It's been a shitty time to be a Tomb Raider fan since like the 4th game. So like, let's see. Yeah, I just say like, I also liked it when I, in nostalgia or retrospect or whatever you want to say it, right? Like, let's see. He counteracted the whiskey with urine and the devil's a part-timer. Oh, watch club win. I read the Gundam novel in high school. Good for you. Bantam Books released those books around the 80s and 90s. Damn. All right. You guys ready for this? Cool. Steam is an unsafe place for teens and young adults, similar to school libraries, says U.S. Senator, who warns Gabe Newell of, quote, more intense scrutiny from the government if Valve doesn't take action against extremist content. U.S. Senator Mark Warner comes less than a week. I think you mean U.S. Senator Mark Warner's warning comes less than a week after the ADL reported after an ADL report accusing Steam of normalizing hate and extremism in the gaming community.
First time on the internet.
I just like. I'm trying to think of a good parallel for what this is like. This is like saying that a Target that is like around the property of a Target, there's a staircase and kids skate and jump down the staircase. And occasionally they get slightly injured. And you're saying, Target, you're contributing to the injuries of our youths. And it's like, the fuck did I do? You know? It's been brought to your attention before that extremist ideologies seem to find a home on Steam, Warner wrote in his letter. In 2022, Valve received a Senate letter identifying nearly identical activity on your platform, and yet 2 years later, it appears that Valve has chosen to continue a hands-off type approach to content moderation that favors allowing some users to engage in sustained bouts of disturbing and violent rhetoric rather than ensure that all of its users can find a welcoming and safe environment across your platform. So what would be another way of saying this? It's like punishing people because they're free and then blaming the government. No. Blaming the founding fathers even for allowing them to be free. That's kind of what it's like, right? Like, that's a little bit what it's like.
Whoa.
That's kind of what it's like here. The 2022 Senate letter referenced by Warner, written by U.S. Senator Maggie Hassan, said Steam has, quote, a significant presence of users displaying and espousing neo-Nazi extremist, racial supremacist, misogynistic, and other hateful sentiments, and requested a detailed report on what Valve is doing about it. Warner's letter is quite similar in that regard, acknowledging that Steam does have an online conduct policy and subscriber agreement, but questioning how committed Valve is to actually enforcing it. As Black Friday and the holiday buying season approaches, the American public should know that not only is Steam an unsafe place for teens and young adults to purchase and play online games, but also that absent a change in Valve's approach to user moderation and the type of behavior that it welcomes on its platform, Steam is playing a clear role in allowing harmful ideologies to spread and take root among the next generation. Warner also warned, somewhat ominously, that if Valve does not adopt industry-standard moderation practices, whatever that means, it will, quote, face more intense scrutiny from the federal government for its complicity in allowing hate groups to congregate and engage in activities that undoubtedly puts Americans at risk. Oh my God, I'm so at risk. Save me, daddy government. I'm at risk. There's an aspect of irony to the complaint. Elon Musk turned Twitter into a haven for racism and far-right rhetoric, after all, and he's being rewarded with a high seat in the incoming U.S. government. Thanks, PC Gamer. It's also not clear what the U.S. government could do to force Valve's hand. Hate speech in the U.S. is broadly protected under the First Amendment, and as a privately held company, Valve is not subject to pressure from external shareholders who might not be comfortable with its permissive attitude. Warner's letter concludes with a series of 10 questions, several of them multi-part, covering broad topics like enforcement practices to more granular stuff, including internal definitions of terms, the number of content moderators working at Steam, and what commitments it will make to, quote, ensure that it has meaningfully curbed white supremacist, anti-Semitic, terroristic, Nazi, homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, and hateful content by November 15th, 2025.
You know,
drawing a line in the sand.
They have the LGBT, right? They need one of those for like all of that shit. You know, this white supremacist, anti-Semitic, terrorist,
The
Nazi, homophobic.
WSATNHTMs.
Well, I'm sure they can do better than that, but like they could come up with something.
BASED?
BASED. The senator has asked for a response by December 13th. I've reached out to Valve for comment and will update if they get a reply. Wow, thanks, Andy Talk. Thanks. Also, in other news, after the ADL accuses Steam of being, quote, rife with extremism and anti-Semitism, the U.S. Senator demands that Valve take action, quote, or face more intense scrutiny from the federal government. Assembled by the Anti-Defamation League, entitled Steam-Powered Hate, top gaming site rife with extremism and anti-Semitism. The report in question was assembled by the organization's Center on Extremism, who supposedly analyzed 458 plus million profiles. 458 million profiles. 152 million profile and group avatar images, and 610 million comments on user profiles and groups on Steam. In doing so, the ADL claimed to have found millions of examples of their own posts, of extremist imagery and text in each of these areas, which, though it sounds like a lot, should be noted is only a minuscule percentage of Steam's overall content.
Also, their definition of what counts as hate speech is so fucking wide. These are the same people that were like the OK sign is white supremacist, and like I think they even have a problem with triangles.
It gets so much worse. For example, the ADL states that the platform hosted 1.83 million unique pieces of extremist or hateful content, which boils down to just 0.15% of all content in the Steam community. Further, they found that 1.5 million unique users, or less than 0.33% of profiles, quote, used at least one potentially extremist or hateful symbol, copy pasta, or keyword on the platform.
XXXY?
Copy pasta? Are they just posting? What does that mean? What does copy pasta mean in this context? with the organization defining a copy pasta, as, quote, blocks of text that are copied and pasted to form images or long form writing. No, those are called ASCII, stupid dumb idiots. Their report also noted that roughly 1.18 million comments contain, quote, unique instances of potentially extremist or hateful copy pastas. I can't take this report. I can't take this report seriously with the word copy pasta being thrown in there. Amounting to less than 0.2% of all comments across the platform, and that 827,758 avatars contained extremist or hateful symbols, accounting for less than 0.545% of such images. Okay, for real. What are the extremist images? The top extremists or hateful symbols on Steam. The Pepe the Frog meme and swastikas were the most common extremists or hateful symbols on Steam, representing almost 55% and 9% of all extremist symbols detected, respectively. Yeah, I just want to point out, oh man, look at all this hateful stuff. Look at it. Oh, the number one at 54.6%, Pepe. Next, swastika. Then the siege mask. What is the siege mask? I gotta look that up. Rainbow Six Siege? We talking about? This is a hate symbol, huh? All right. The Reich Sadler, the Nazi Eagle, the Odal, the Siege Sowillo, the Triskelion, the Totenkopf, the Valknut, that's the triangle one I think you're thinking of, the Confederate flag, the SS Bolts, the Sonnenrad, the Tyre, the Wolf's Angel. Man, it's the ISIS
Did they just
flag.
say Sonic is a hate symbol?
Oh, God. The Moon Man. Oh, God, that guy's so hateful. Moon Man. Man. The Africa Corpse symbol. Hezbollah. Holocaust Star of David badge. Gotta look that up. Holocaust Star of David badge. Oh, they're talking about like the one that was like on the one that said Jude, right? Yeah, that's what that is. All right. Not as funny. All right. At 0.1%, the Auschwitz Gate. Oh boy. Look at that. The extremists, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. You got to get those numbers up there. Only 10 of you? Like, I thought this was a cause that the left believed in. Which is hilarious, actually, because the person, the senator who's coming after Steam and Gabe Newell is a Democrat who's defending the Jews, which is just like political suicide for the Democrats right now. In explaining their methodology, the ADL explains that they used their hate vision AI. Is the hate?
I'm sorry. What?
Like,
what? Hate vision? How does that work?
I feel like the what do you call it? The false positives on that is probably pretty high, right? They use their hate vision AI to analyze the above data in search of specific hate symbols, keywords, and copy pastas. Though touted as being able to execute its task with high precision, the organization admits in the appendices that the AI not only struggles with complex symbols and caricatures, but also lacks facial recognition capabilities, meaning their findings do not represent the entirety of the hateful content on the platform. Notably, it seems the ADL's report treats all instances of hate symbols, regardless of a user's possible ironic intent, as being an endorsement of the related ideology.
Also, I'm not sure that AI is going to be able to appropriately understand ASCII art.
Right. It's a creepy, or it's a copy pasta, therefore hate, Even so, out of the 996,808 extremist images analyzed, the report asserts that the most common one was Pepe the Frog, who they consider a hate symbol, albeit one that depends on context at 54.6%, with swastikas placing second by a wide margin at 9.1%. Though the ADL admits that a normal-looking sad Pepe was used as one of the AI's training images, their report affirms that because some of the symbols included in this analysis are also used in non-extremist contexts, or are visually similar to non-extremist symbols, we sought to prevent false positives by training only on extremist instances of symbols. Wow. So we only trained it on the extremist Pepes, but, you know, our thing found, green face with red lips, that's a hate symbol, right? Turning the
triangle.
Right.
We got a triangle up in here.
Oh my god.
Call the FBI.
Ban all geometry books.
Yep. Turning their credit. Yeah, well, they would like that because geometry was what invented by the Muslims, right? Or at least algebra was. Turning their criticisms to Steam's lack of action in removing the hateful content, the ADL declared, quote, while Steam appears to be technically capable of moderating extremist and hateful content on its platform, the spread of extremist content on the platform is due in part to Valve's highly permissive approach to content policy. In rare notable cases, Steam has selectively removed extremist content, largely based around extremist groups publicized in reporting or in response to government pressure. However, this has been largely ad hoc, with Valve failing to systematically address the issue of extremism and hate on the platform. To this end, they also chastised how, I just love it. It's like, oh my God, look at how much hate there is. And how is it manifesting? What is the real world harm? You know, like some whiny bitches get their ass handed to them in Fortnite and you got to act like it's the end of the world. To this end, they have also chastised how Steam's public-facing content policy includes no mention of hate or extremism. However, this accusation blatantly ignores the fact that Steam's terms of service forbids content or conduct that is illegal, racially or ethnically offensive, harasses, threatens, or embarrasses others, or promotes discrimination, bigotry, racism, hatred, harassment or harm against any individual or group, or promotes or threatens violence against any person or entity. Likewise, the platform's online conduct and the end-user license agreement also explicitly forbid abusive and offensive language as well as harassment. Not that much longer. Unsurprisingly, this is not the only major hole in the ADL's report. In its opening paragraph, the report recalls the story of the August 2024 mass shooting at a cafe in Turkey as an example of an instance wherein a user, in this case the perpetrator, was posting hateful content on the platform before ultimately having engaged in an act of offline violence. I like the idea that, like, this is like Hitler was partial to breathing. Hitler breathed once in his life, I think. So therefore breathing is bad, right? Like, oh no, a guy enjoyed video games and then went on to do something horrible. Did he also breathe? Did he also have a dog? You know, like... However, this turns out to be nothing more than a cheap appeal to emotion. As per the ADL's own admission, quote, there is no evidence to suggest the attacker is directly inspired by extremist content on Steam. Huh. As such, the only relation between the attack and Steam is that the attacker decided to use the platform as his soapbox of choice to espouse his own hateful beliefs. And in a subsequent appeal to authority, the ADL pointed to how researchers, media outlets, policymakers, and governing bodies have issued similar warnings about Steam's content. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that 3 of the authorities they cited, the New York University Stern Center for Business and Human Rights, the European Union, and U.S. Senator Maggie Hassan, all predicated their arguments on ADL's own past research, such as their 2022 report on hate and harassment in online games. In drawing their report to a close, the ADL provides a list of recommended actions for both Steam and U.S. lawmakers to take in service of cleaning extremist content off the platform. I can't wait to hear this. For Steam, the organization calls for them to, quote, adopt policies prohibiting extremism, adopt policies prohibiting hate, enforce policies accurately at scale, revamp their content moderation practices to close loopholes, and consult regularly with civil society groups, academics, and researchers from a broad cross-section of positions, including civil rights and civil liberties groups, and especially seek out and use their advice and expertise to shape platform policies that may impact the experiences of vulnerable and marginalized groups. Kind of sounds a little bit to me like this is an effort similar to like the Sweet Baby Inc., where they're like infiltrating game companies and, you know, threatening the marketing department and all that shit to force their woke shit into games. But like, Steam, they're not even really making games because like they haven't done anything since like Portal 2 or whatever. So let's just use this to insert ourselves and gain control over what gamers get to think and do. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Despite its flaws of borderline protection racket recommendations, the ADL's report prompted action from Senator Mark Warner, Virginia Democrat. Mark Warner, not Mike, who wrote a letter directly to Valve CEO founder Gabe Newell, criticizing the company for taking little action against Steam's hate and extremism problem, especially given how in 2022 Valve received a Senate letter identifying nearly identical activity on your platform. Yeah, they basically say like you better do something because Black Friday is approaching and games are going to be bought and people won't be ready for all the Pepes. Anyway, I think it's going to be a recap of the article we just read, so I'm going to leave it here. Any thoughts on this?
We're going to have a huge surge of anti-Semitism and extremism. Yay! Triangles.
Wow. Do you think the triangles on the Star of David triggered their, you know, what do they call their thing? The whatever AI?
That's like six triangles.
Hate vision
that's
AI?
Like, that's like 6 triangles all in one. Oh my God.
It's more because it's actually like 8 triangles because the Star of David is made up of an upside down triangle on top of a right side up triangle, right? So that is 2 plus the little points, which equals 8, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Hateful 8 triangles. Turns out
we got Quentin Tarantino movies.
Yeah. Turns out that the Star of David was a hate symbol all along. Anyway, so somebody said regarding this, the US has 200K overdose deaths a year, and yet they are worried about Pepe memes and 0.0000001% of interactions that take place on Steam. Government officials who do this need to go to jail. This is at face value unconstitutional.
That I agree with.
Says woman definer. It's
funny.
funny.
The fact that they are threatening the company because they don't like, well, specifically the members of government threatening the company saying, if you don't clamp down on free speech, we will basically like, no, fuck you. That's it. And then they go around and they say, you
don't do this unconstitutional thing, so help me God, I'll step in and do it.
Yeah. And then they go out and say things like they did the same thing with Facebook and Twitter, right? When they were banning people off Facebook and Twitter for their conservative tweets and shit. And then they're like, well, we didn't do anything. We weren't telling them to take it down. We were just saying, you know, it would be a shame if we
except they were
looked at section what is it? 230. We would look at 230 if these don't disappear. Like,
listen, Zach, let me just tell you something. We have evidence that the Russians are about to release a story regarding Hunter Biden's laptop leading up to the 2020 election, and you should just go ahead and preemptively make sure that doesn't spread on your platform. Literally, that exactly happened. Exactly. By the way, Hunter Biden was pardoned today by Joe Biden. Just throwing that out there.
No, I think he's not. He hasn't been officially pardoned. Well, unless I missed it, but I think the announcement was. Did I? The announcement I heard was that he will be pardoned. I can't imagine he got pardoned on a Sunday.
According to NPR, President Biden pardoned son Hunter.
Pardon.
He had signed a full and unconditional pardon for his son Hunter Biden on Sunday.
Okay. On Sunday. Okay.
I signed a pardon for my son Hunter, Biden said in a White House statement. It is clear that Hunter was treated differently. Was it? Was it though? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'm not screen.
So he was the reason, I mean, you'd have to be guilty to be pardoned.
He was treated differently though. He was treated differently.
The most annoying thing is
you know what? You'd be the funniest thing. Like after all of the trials against Trump have been dismissed, all of them. Wouldn't it be fucking funny if Biden pardoned Trump? Wouldn't that be really funny?
The sad thing about the Hunter's case is either way the gun case went, I would have liked the outcome. Mm-hmm. Either he goes away to jail and like, haha, fuck him. Although, I mean, less so. I do think that the law they got him on the gun thing was dumb.
I'm more concerned with the actual child porn on the laptop.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they didn't charge him on that. That was none of the charges, so I don't know if
he has an unconditional pardon now. I assume that means it's going to go across the board.
I don't know. But if he had have lost, then he would have went to or would have got fined or whatever. If he had have won, it would have strengthened gun laws in the country, right?
So I don't think I'm going to be able to find this, but a couple of years
he also
ago,
had tax issues that
right.
He was getting charged on them.
I mean, also, working for the Ukraine energy companies and all that shit.
I don't think that was part of the charge, but I mean that
not
would
part
have
of the
come
charge, but part of what would be prosecuted against him when Trump takes office.
Possibly, yeah.
Oh, fuck! I just lost my train of thought.
The other thing, someone I was talking to was like, "Oh yeah, I said." It's kind of silly that he's doing this considering he came out and said specifically that he wouldn't pardon his son because it was corrupt.
100% he did. Yeah, he came out and said, I just remembered. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to find this, so I don't know if I'll be adding it to the doc. But a couple of years ago, so you know how like they have like records, like meticulous records. Like it is actually against the law for a president to try to destroy part of the official records or whatever, right? Like statements made by the president need to be archived in their library or whatever they call it, right? There's a whole big thing about it where like a tweet got deleted by Biden or whatever, and it was like a whole big thing because it actually falls under the category of destroying presidential records or whatever. You guys remember this?
No, not really.
So there was a live stream on the official White House YouTube channel. And midway through the live stream, when Biden is talking, another voice cuts in. And it's Hunter Biden saying, yeah, so I took a plea deal. And then it cuts back out. And it's the fucking weirdest thing. And it's on the official White House YouTube channel. They made the video unlisted for a while. I don't know if they deleted it, privated it, or whatever. But I just remember laughing my ass off when that happened. Right? There's like a bit in it where Hunter Biden just chimes in. I don't know if he's standing next to another mic when he says it or whatever, or I don't know if he was mic'd up and they accidentally hit the wrong dial when increasing the volume or something. But it is literally in the official record of that press briefing that Hunter Biden chimes in to talk about how he has to go to rehab because he took a plea deal on his drug charges or something like that. It's so funny, like right in the middle of it. Anyway, can you guys catch up on chat real quick? I'm going to take a quick pee. I'll be right back.
Where did we leave off?
Also, what's up, Rekka?
Where did we? I don't know where we left off on chat.
I don't remember either. Oh, we at least read this one. At least
Okay.
that one.
Reminds me of a devil part-timer. Devil is a part-timer. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
You counteracted the whiskey with urine? That's gross. I read the Gundam novel in high school. I read a Death Note. I grabbed one volume of Death Note because I was just like shocked that it was in my school library. Bantam Books released those books around the 80s and 90s.
I want to say he's talking about the Shakespeare one. Also, Mirage, you're popping a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was they don't know. They don't know. They do moderate the Steam forums in games. I'm sure they moderate them, but they want it when your bar is so low as to say like a Pepe emote is a hate symbol, right?
Yeah.
Then they're not moderating it good enough. That's the problem. You're gonna say something, Mirage?
Oh no, I was gonna say, is my mic okay now?
Yeah. So far. Yeah.
Okay.
ADL is trying to control Steam because of the Sweet Baby Ink.
Sweet Baby Ink.
Sweet Baby Ink situation. I mean, probably related to it. There was that whole like group of people that were working with government agencies to try and get hate out of video games and stuff. ADL trying to make the narrative is real. Also drugs.
Nice.
Yes, drugs.
What a perfect time for me to finish taking a leak and talking to my wife.
I was talking to someone about the Biden pardon, although I didn't realize he had actually done it at the time. But, and you know, they were saying, well, good. It's good that Biden pardoned him because, like, Trump would have, like, pardoned his own kids. And I'm like, Trump was in office and he didn't pardon his kids. Like, you're making, not that I don't think he could have. Like, I don't. If he had have pardoned his kids, I don't think it would have been an issue. But I remember back when he was in office, just before he was about to leave.
The question should be, what crimes did Trump's kids commit?
Well, that was right when he was about to leave. They were talking about how, you know, a bunch of stuff that they could try and get him on, like what's the
just
word?
Pointing out, they have spent a good 4 years straight trying to get Trump behind bars to try to prevent him from taking office.
Yeah.
And fuck all happened because there's nothing. There's nothing there. No matter how many things you scream from the mountaintops, Trump is doing this. He's literally doing this. He's doing that. Right? None of that shit stuck. Not a single ounce. Right?
I think they were trying to go for unjust enrichment or something for the kids. Specifically for Trump Jr., I think.
Man, that's a real dangerous precedent to set. Unjust enrichment when fucking 10% for the big guy is happening, right? Like,
obviously, it's literally everything they accused him of. They were doing worse. Like, it's so
rules
stupid.
For radicals, man. That's the first rule. Accuse your opponent of that which you are currently doing.
Yeah, and obviously those charges never appeared, but there was talks for the kids.
And then the whole, like the Story Daniels thing, like was it the charges because like they mislabeled what the hush money was for?
That was even worse because that was through that was money paid by his attorney or whatever that his attorney then billed him for later. It never even was a consultation. Like in that, like the attorney is literally the one who tries to go into court and give Trump up and be the hero who took down Trump. And in the process, he convicts himself. Fucking retard.
I was thinking like the same kind of thing happened with the presidential candidate back in the 2000s, and nothing came out of that.
Well, I mean, there was a lot. Yeah, there was a lot more details involved with that case. Like, it wasn't that he was paying him as an invoice for the like payback of the quote unquote loan. It was that he was just giving him money and then as a retainer, and anyway, and they wrote it down, and he says it's written down right as lawyer fees. They're saying no, it was actually like campaign finance. Anyway, so that's the whole thing. But that's Trump, right? I'm just talking to the kids, right? And so they were right before they were leaving. Before he was leaving, there was this talk about like, oh, potentially the kids could go after the kids for something, so then there was also like this, scuttlebutt of, well, Trump could pardon both himself and the kids, and then part of that scuttlebutt was, oh, well, that would be democracy would be done if he did that. That would be crazy. The president can't pardon his own kid. That's like a conflict of interest, blah, 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 outrage, blah, 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 on nothing. This is all on just like rumors of what could potentially happen, right? They're building up all this outrage on like, oh, this could possibly happen. Oh, I'm mad now, right? And then, okay, obviously he didn't pardon his kids.
You've surmised like the last 9 years perfectly, right?
He didn't pardon himself.
Biden does it. It was like, oh yay!
This is the thing, right? So then when I tell this guy like it's stupid that he pardoned his kid when he said he wouldn't because it would be corrupt if he did, he's like, well, it's good because Trump would have done it. I'm like, but Trump literally didn't do it, and you got mad at him for not even suggesting it, for having the Republicans scuttlebutt talk about suggesting it. Like even the hint of it possibly happening, the Democrats were yelling to the sky about. And now Biden is literally doing what you guys were all bitching about on stuff we know Hunter did wrong. That he was literally charged already. It's not like, well, maybe they could charge Hunter for something in the future as payback. No, he was charged by Biden's own fucking DOJ. Like,
which is why the pardon was even a thing.
So they've literally built Trump into this like boogeyman of a straw man, and then justify Biden's actions based off of the boogeyman straw man thing. And it's like, well, clearly Trump's like Hitler, so Biden's justified in doing whatever he wants. Like, what are you doing?
Are they secret geniuses or just retarded? All right. So let's get moving on with games news here. So Obsidian whistleblower tells all on avowed art director Matt Hansen amid racist hiring allegations. So we're about to read a bunch of stuff that everybody knows is happening, but it's nice to kind of get a little bit of, there it is, in the actual text here. So Hansen recently took a major victory lap to celebrate the fact that Elon Musk had called out his fantasy RPG Avowed for its use of optional pronouns in a fantasy setting. He couldn't have known at the time that this whole scenario would snowball the way it has. Hansen now finds himself at the center of a major controversy spearheaded by Elon Musk that has exposed alleged racist and illegal hiring practices at the company. Matt Hansen, Obsidian art director, went to war with Elon Musk with Avowed. Elon says it won't end well for him. Elon picks up on another of Matt Hansen's posts, tagging Microsoft CEO in a prior tweet about Obsidian's potential illegal hiring. As the saying goes, it gets worse. A whistleblower who previously worked for the developer came forward to YouTube personality Smash JT with stories of his experiences working for the company and for Hansen. Quote, just a heads up, I cut out a lot of shit to make this go faster. There's going to be a lot of quotes. Some of them are going to be from the guy, they're going to call him John Doe or just Doe. The others are going to be from Smash JT. So I'm going to probably just bum rush and read through the whole thing. So just try to stick with it. The shift in workplace dynamics began after Microsoft acquired Obsidian in November 2018 and made them part of Xbox Studios. They implemented some very strange corporate policies. The first tip-off that things weren't normal anymore was the introduction of optional, but in reality mandatory, pronouns in email signatures, meetings, and other communications. It wasn't long before an event he described as a misgendering incident swept through the company. This led to Matt Hansen sending out a company-wide email detailing a zero-tolerance policy on intentional or malicious misgendering. The email's tone was described as passive-aggressive yet threatening, a fair warning that employees who couldn't align with these policies would face termination. JT went on to say that Doe described the use of pronouns within the company as a way of controlling others, as it is literally everywhere. They were used as a means of shifting the balance of power within Obsidian and Microsoft. Doe also observed that Matt Hansen was extremely difficult to work with, citing an unwillingness to accept constructive criticism and a consistent tendency to make assumptions about lower-level employees' commitment. Around this time, the number of straight white male employees diminished until they could be counted on one hand.
But diversity.
That certainly falls in line with the potentially discriminatory hiring practices Obsidian is being accused of. Hansen made it clear that he hires based on race and that people who aren't crusty white dudes are his priority. Doe also detailed a story in which a full 2 years after the COVID pandemic, Microsoft attempted to make Obsidian employees return to work in the office to increase productivity and quality. Quote, the reaction from employees was nothing short of completely unhinged. Employees of all levels melted down in front of all the higher ups at the Microsoft Teams call. So, quick side note. Reading this the first time, I couldn't help but remember an incident when I was a child. It was probably around 2004, where I walked into the kitchen and my dad was watching the news, and the news was discussing the progress being made in the war on terror. And I believe it was Iraqi soldiers who, who had been trained by, because, we were bringing democracy and freedom to the Middle East, right? That these Iraqi soldiers had just been told that they will be stationed at a place that is not where they currently are, right? Like you're going to be taken away from your homes and stationed here to perform the tasks that need to be done in order for, democracy to thrive, or whatever lie the media was telling you at the time. And the Iraqi soldiers, like, they literally had a recording of it. They get told where they're going to be stationed, and all of them chimp out in protest. Like, they go from standing to, what is this shit? Oh my God. Like, they just literally freak out. And I just remember as a child thinking, like, literally all the U.S. soldiers training them are stationed away from their homes, and this is how they act when they're told they're going to be stationed away from their homes. Like I just remember thinking that was completely unhinged. You need me to get that? Sorry, my wife is going to play some Dragon Age. I got to go turn on the TV.
I thought I heard a PS5 turn on.
Ding.
Hold my hand.
Stretch.
Oh,
These children are cut and dried to protect the canterbury. What? Is young adult protected?
Oh! My headphone landed in my whiskey.
Oh no!
You got an earful of whiskey?
Keep talking.
Does it sound like I'm underwater? How does it sound in the ear?
It's definitely a lot louder in the left ear.
Oof. Got rocked.
How much
Rocked by the whiskey.
How much is that going to set you back?
$40.
Like $15. Anyway, it's funny how governments are asking private companies to do their job without giving to companies any of the tax the government collected to do the job. Well, the government's job is actually not to control your speech, believe it or not. Their job is actually to protect your speech. In fact, the government should be doing the opposite of what they're telling Steam to do. They should actually actively pursue not letting private entities compel your speech. Right? That's actually what their tax money is supposed to be for.
Right.
Can't wait till we get to report on the Department of Government Efficiency nonstop. All right. So, Doe also details story in which so they got completely unhinged and whined about being asked to come back into work. Amid the chaos, Matt Hansen, the art director for over 9 years now at Obsidian, emerged as a vocal advocate for continued remote work. Hansen cited various mental health concerns for employees as part of the reason why they couldn't come into work. We live in a world. What's up? You okay? You want me to help you turn that around, or you want to sit that way?
I'm okay.
Okay, cool. Want this one? Can you download the Nier Automata DLC for me? She's got it. Nice. Can you see if it's there on Stellar Blade? Push down. Keep going. Is there like a way to grab the DLC? Keep going. Add-ons, that one. It's $9.99. Is it $59.99? No, $9.99. Yeah. Can you buy that for me? Just in case it's gonna disappear.
There's the deluxe edition?
No,
it's not gonna disappear.
Confirm. Password.
Neurosama can draw ASCII art so AI can understand it.
Oh, that felt great. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. I just need to make sure that I get my amazing Nier Automata DLC for Stellar Blade. All right. Doe stated that the extreme COVID caution, along with the massive ideology shift within the organization, turned Obsidian into some kind of new age religion. By the way, Julie.
Oh my
I'm sure this was me, not you, but how is that so dirty? Why is it only the left one? When I bought that used PS5, I wonder if somebody had stuck it in their butt. Like, maybe I should buy another controller. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
I was making fun of you for getting distracted so many times.
Fair. Okay. So Doe stated that the extreme caution, COVID caution, along with the massive ideology shift within the organization, turned Obsidian into some kind of new age religion. He noted that the remaining employees were, quote, driven by blind obedience to an ideological dogma. This corporate chokehold has now stifled creativity and stripped games of value for players. Leaders at Obsidian powered to go on unhinged blue sky racist rants, attacking gamers and being protected by echo chambers of positive feedback. Despite this, Doe said that it wasn't all bad and he still had hope for Obsidian's future. I don't. What games does Obsidian make? Other than Avowed?
Avowed. I'm not sure.
Huh. Welcome back.
Oh, sorry about that.
What games does Obsidian make?
What games does Obsidian make?
You're on the spot. Do they make? They don't. No, Oblivion makes Skyrim, right?
No, you're thinking Bethesda makes Oblivion and Skyrim.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. Obsidian Entertainment makes
Fallout Vegas.
That's the one.
They don't make Fallout. They made Fallout Vegas.
Well, that's the one. They made Knights of the Old Republic 2.
They made South Park Stick of Truth.
Wait, did they really? I thought Knights of the Old Republic 2 was BioWare.
No, I think Knights of the Old Republic might have been BioWare, but Knights of the Old Republic 2 was Obsidian.
The Sith Lords.
I'm just looking to see if anything else.
Alpha Protocol.
No, nothing else.
Apparently, they did actually work on Oblivion. Contracted work.
All right, anyway. All right. Nothing was lost. Anyway, I learned a lot from the several people there that have a lot of respect for them and their craft. I think the distinction is really important to make because many of these people are good at heart and well-intentioned and just want to make cool stuff. Many of those who've fallen unknowingly to this indoctrination can't really see it for what it is, and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. With Elon Musk's involvement, it seems as though a reckoning might be coming for Obsidian. It's as of now unclear whether these controversies will have any major impact on Avowed sales. However, with Elon Musk's connection to the highest levels of government, it's certainly possible that any illegal hiring practices at Obsidian will be looked into once the Trump administration takes control on January 20th, 2025. Chris Avalon, the co-creator of Obsidian, even urged any developers who were rejected by the studio to seek legal representation and bring an employment discrimination lawsuit against the company he helped start. Quote, my goal with helping bring all this to light is I want to help spread awareness of what is actually the problem in our industry and where it is coming from and why. I do not want to see my friends and peers fail. I do not want to see Obsidian and Microsoft fail. I would love to see healthy competition again in our industry, blah, blah, blah. He's just like, that's John Doe telling you why he's doing it. And I think we get the point, right? The point is that it's that easy. The person in charge of hiring goes woke, and then nobody who's not woke works there anymore. That's it, right? That's it. Ultimately, that's how it all goes down. And due to things like affirmative action and DEI, people who are more likely to be woke because they benefit from wokeness get into positions where they get to determine who works there. And they assure that only people who look and act like them and think like them, most importantly, get any positions at all. Anyway, BioWare is allegedly discriminating against men as well and only hiring people who will, quote, parrot and embrace the ideology that the higher-ups demand. That sounds a little bit like what Concord did, doesn't it? Oh, how did that work out for them? Multiple inside sources support claims of abysmal Dragon Age the Veilguard sales. Damn. Dragon Age the Veilguard is rumored to have sold less than Star Wars Outlaws, which is goddamn incredible that you could possibly even have a number that low. 14% of Dragon Age the Veilguard physical retail orders were reportedly canceled ahead of the game's release. Total pre-orders less than 200,000. Damn.
That was us.
And the people who bought, unhappy Dragon Age Veilguard players reportedly demand refunds in droves. Fuck. What could have caused them? Oh, let's see. 30 minutes after the review embargo lifted, when the game was released, the score was 2.6. Generally unfavorable. It is now 3.8. Still generally unfavorable. Yeah. Let me show you the lovely things that you could have experienced had you played this game. Now, I'm going to show you two clips. I think, but I'm not certain, that they are part of the same love scene, but the characters are going to look different because the player character here, Rook, this is the player character in one, and in the other one, it's a Canary instead of a human or whatever. So here you go.
Good time for me to step away and give my toilet a golden shower.
Yes, give your toilet that golden shower because this is going to be so cringed that your penis will retreat inside of itself and you will be peeing into your own body if you don't leave right now.
Sounds like your mother was hard on you. Nah, I think your fingers are just perfect.
Yeah. So... are you trying to have sex with me?
Hadn't really thought that far ahead, but maybe?
Quick, think about us having sex. So now we need to figure out if it's cash lock or Tom lock.
And those are...
Cash lock's just flirting. You look and make jokes and maybe think about them for fun. Tom lock is serious. Like you want to grab that and taste its neck right by the collarbone. So which is it?
So romantic.
Christ.
To quote Mark Kern,
Is this
only-
game promoting, non-consensual relationships? That seemed very rapey to me.
Yeah.
A little.
You know?
A little, right? Seemed a little toxic masculinity behavior coming from the trans male, non-binary Kanari Tosh. Just a little bit. To quote Mark Kern, only BioWare could make, or what does he say? Only modern gaming could make lesbian sex revolting or something like that.
Yeah.
Which I've got this follow-up, which Cabrutus calls a 100% a developer fetish.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if you are feeling queasy, I advise you to step away.
Do I see?
Oh my God!
I don't know. I might need to take a closer look.
Look fast.
Sadly, the cringe part is only beginning.
You know how to welcome a girl back.
I will destroy anything that ever tries to hurt you.
Oh, sweet talker.
So, we're together now.
I hope so.
I don't know. I've never done this before. I've had sex. I meant being someone's
lover.
I'm never calling you that. Ever.
Consort?
No.
Oh, we'll figure something out.
I don't want to mess this up. How do I...
How do dragons show that they care about their mates?
Huh. Sexy growls. Sometimes little bits of fire and love bites.
Well, that sounds really great to me. Yes, please.
Oh my god! Get me out of here! Get me out!
That was horrible.
What?
You are playing that game. This is the game you are currently playing.
I spent most of it in character creator.
Oh my god, that was terrible to watch. What the? Her shoulders didn't even look normal.
I haven't even gotten past.
Those were man
harness.
shoulders.
Like, I can't. Oh my goodness. There's Puss in Boots and then that. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So your options, if you wanted to have a lesbian romance, are with that. A dwarf. Is Isabella romanceable?
No. Everybody.
Your options are a dwarf, a midget, or that.
What about no? There's Nev.
Oh, is that
Nev Gallus.
the one with the like weird sideways boobs? Is that what we're talking about?
No. But there is her. But Nev Gallus is the. I'm assuming she's Indian. The one in the beginning. She's a mage. I don't know. Here. I'll go and pull her up.
Oh, dear. No. Anyway, Savvy had this to say. Oh my God. I've experienced this conversation nearly verbatim. Didn't know Savvy was lesbian. I thought it was just a thing my friend did. Then I thought it was just Tumblr quirky shit. This is so common among these types. Holy shit. It actually made it into a game. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
About the growling?
The whole, like, I don't want to mess this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's likable.
I mean, if beggars can't be choosers, I guess. The growl thing, the dragon bit, justifies putting it into the game, but the growling. It's also common in fanfic. Not normal, just do it growling. I mean, drawing attention to it specifically. Same thing with the, I don't want to mess this up. I'm so awkward vocalization.
What's so funny is when Asmongold reacted to the scene, there was somebody in his chat that said, they said something like, it seems like it's just a bunch of lesbians sitting at a round table just writing like the weirdest fucking fan fiction and putting it into a game.
Yep. JT Vegas says, I played Dragon Age the Veilguard. It's taken out the renegade dialogue for this game.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit, that in the original games, like, you could make decisions that would result in party members die. Now everything is hug box.
Well,
Different flavors of hug boxing.
You can have people in your party die.
Fortunately, Tosh can die.
No, I don't think Tosh.
Tosh can die at the end.
Really?
Yeah. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Oh.
Something to look forward to.
You know what you can't do that you could do in other games is like tell party members you didn't want them to be in your party.
Reese, are you going through like cupboards or something?
What's up?
Reese. Stop golden showering those cupboards.
Someone's banging. I hear a lot of banging in the
That's
background.
not me.
Green line muted as soon as you asked.
Oh, okay, maybe it was green line.
Or I don't know. He's muted.
I've been muted for like
okay, sorry.
5 minutes. So
It seems it stopped, so we can move on.
I demand an explanation. All right, so Cabruta says, pick your side, west or east. I mean, you're basically
clearly better, but here's the thing: Ada Wong in the middle. She looks great, but she sounds fucking terrible.
She is awful in the remake.
In the remake,
she's not great in the originals. She's just significantly better, right? A lot more flirty. Ashley could definitely be prettier. I don't even like this character. This is like the best she's ever looked. This is from Devil May Cry 5. But what you're really, instead of West and East, it's just BioWare, Capcom, right? Continuing. Dragon Age the Veilguard peak concurrent player count tops out at 89,418 in its first weekend. Shows the game is not a breakout success. Continuing. Dragon Age the Veilguard is practically worthless. After only a week, trade-in value plummet. How much should we pay for it? $19. Yeah, so actually I've got a tweet here. That's better. What should we do? Good. Okay. Dragon Age the Veilguard, half the shelf, none of the buyers. Maybe next time they'll focus on gameplay instead of checking boxes. Look at this. Look at how many there are. We're winning. Dragon Age the Veilguard has failed to recover its cost. It has failed, and no, holiday sales won't save it. BioWare is so angry that Dragon Age the Veilguard sales numbers have leaked that they are launching an internal investigation to find the leakers. I lied. This was part of this one. I put that in the wrong.
Your microphone's kind of going in and out.
Mine?
Yes.
No. Did you maybe spill your microphone on the whiskey too?
No. But I'm going to leave the call and come right back.
Okay.
It's kind of bad. Play Dragon Age Veilguard.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
We read that one. Obsidian made Grounded in Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds was DEI mess. All these games will be non-Concord. Oh my lord, Reese!
How do I sound?
Speak again.
How do I sound?
You
Does it
sound
sound
good.
better?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sound okay now. Concord would have continued were it a single player game, and we would be gaslit.
Mhm.
I don't know if we're gonna cover it. Are we covering Concord at all? No.
Not tonight.
The Reese. Oh my God! Stay muted. You're so loud. Unless you're gonna talk. But
What do you mean I'm muted? What noise am I making?
It sounds like someone's banging pots and pans behind you.
It sounds like you have an orgy in your kitchen.
Well, my door's closed. I don't know what's going on in there.
Oh.
Must be what my dad's watching or something.
Did you leave a microphone in your kitchen by chance?
No.
The Concord episode of that Secret Level show has a bunch
yeah.
of extra characters in it. And
that was
Aspen
supposed to be like DLC characters
Yeah,
later on?
Aspen Gold had made a comment and saying like they were probably expecting these to be like,
wow,
give me those playable characters.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
That's funny.
Wow.
How embarrassing.
All right. So
Tesh.
I do not consent.
Did anyone here play Dragon Age Inquisition?
My wife did.
No.
Oh, your wife did?
Mhm.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the last game, right? Before this.
Yeah, that was the last one.
I enjoy it.
Dragon Age
because
2 is the GOAT.
I like the companions in Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age Inquisition, people didn't like it as much because it's not as gritty, I guess, but it's like this new game makes Inquisition look amazing storyline wise. So, I mean, I don't hate it. I hate this game.
Inquisition was a lot more open world, wasn't it? Because Dragon Age Origins was pretty linear. You were kind of just going from point A to point B.
Yes. So, yes, it was. It's more open world, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of like the Veilguard is kind of like 1 and 2, where you have your like set boundaries and you kind of just go through your levels. But the story is the writing is horrible. I mean, it could have been so much better. I saw somebody, what's his name? I forget what his name is, but he walked through like the original Dragon Age Veilguard storyline that they had like pre-written out with the storyboards and the original story art, and he rewrote what he thought it was going to be. Anyway, it was pretty interesting. Like way better than this. They cut out so
What
much.
it was called, the Dreadwolf.
Yeah, the original name was the Dreadwolf. But
I just want to remind everybody that this is what the artwork in Dragon Age Origins looked like.
Yeah.
It was dark fantasy, and now it is hipster fantasy.
Yeah.
It's very.
I just don't get. I mean, I kind of get what game companies are doing nowadays, but at the same time, like I just don't get it. Like I really don't. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I really think modern gaming has really started to take a dive since Last of Us 2. For me, that was the nail on the coffin for me. That was one game that because I beat the original. I beat the original Last of Us on PS3, and when it first came out, like I didn't play it till I think like 2015, like 2 years after, and I'm like, yeah, like I really enjoyed this game, and I was hyped up for Last of Us 2, and then like I found out about the leaks, and I'm like, well, maybe the leaks aren't true, and then you found out that the leaks are true, and what they did to Joel, and now it's just like, and I hate to say it, you know, it's like if you're straight or you're white or you're Christian, they don't want you in a game. You know, they want to keep pushing the narrative of all this bullshit that's been going on. And more, there was a really good video. I'll have to put it in the Discord about why more people nowadays are turning to retro games as opposed to modern gaming. And you know, one of the reasons is like, they don't want to deal with all the bullshit that's been going on.
Yeah, I haven't put this in the doc, but one of the things that we were reading before the show was video game developers are actively trying to prevent game preservation because it takes people playing old games that they don't control, takes away from their market share. If you're spending your time playing an old game from the 90s that was good, you're not spending money on their live service dog shit. You know? So let's look at this real quick. So BioWare claims Dragon Age: The Veilguard sales have reached 1 million copies as the company hunts down the whistleblowers, right? So he says here, BioWare is so angry that Dragon Age: The Veilguard sales numbers have leaked that they are... Hard to make out with that.
Randy died.
That they are launching an internal investigation to find the leakers. Here's what we know. Concurrent players have dropped off the charts just 2 weeks in, sitting at a peak of 34,068 versus their launch weekend high of 89,418, which is a 62% drop before the month even closes. Returns are rumored to be 30,000 copies. 30,000 copies returned. So previously we looked at 14% of pre-orders were canceled, resulting in only 200,000 sales. 30,000 of those sales were returned, rumored, right? And the game is being traded in at GameStop so fast that used copies of the game are flooded and being discounted with a trade-in value of only $14 cash. By comparison, Stellar Blade, a much smaller IP and many months older than Dragon Age Veilguard, is $16.10 cash. Stellar Blade came out in April. Dragon Age came out the last day in October. Which shows you just how bad Dragon Age: The Veilguard's value has dropped. Fun fact, Star Wars Outlaws is even worse at just $11.90.
Jeez.
Total sales for Dragon Age: The Veilguard have only just crested 1 million copies in 2 weeks. Budget is rumored to be at least 250 to 300 million for the game, making it fall well short of breaking even. I mean, this is like PCU, right? they need a lot. They're going to sell it. They're going to need to either increase the price or get far more people, right? If you take most game sales profit at around 70 to 80% of its list price, after store markups and digital platform fees, a $300 million budget would need around 6 to 7 million copies sold. This is where I differ from most others' estimates who say 4 to 5 million. This is Mark Kern saying this. Dragon Age: The Veilguard has failed. They will see a tiny surge in sales and holidays, but not much. Total copies will barely reach 2 million by next year unless they start just giving it away. Expect heavy discounts and bundles to make this number seem bigger than it is. Gamers have rejected the heavy-handed woke preachy politics for one, and Dragon Age fans have rejected the new graphics and action-oriented gameplay, which feel very alien to the franchise. You can do diversity right without preachy HR lectures disguised as a story, and you can do it very, very, very wrong, like Dragon Age: The Veilguard. We're winning. Everybody fights, everybody builds, nobody quits. And then he's got an image here of the trade-in price. Store credit, $20, or cash, $14 versus Stellar Blade, where you can get $23 store credit or $16.10 in cash. So back to this. Skipping all this. After a 9-year development and cost swelling to reportedly exceed $200 million, it's estimated the game would have to sell up to 5 million copies to break even. It is also unknown whether BioWare is referring to the number of copies sold by retailers for the number of copies they've shipped to retailers, meaning so the numbers leaked. BioWare then came out and said they're wrong. We've sold 1 million copies, but it's actually unclear as to whether or not they've actually sold 1 million or 1 million copies is the amount they've shipped to retailers, like that, like Best Buy image I was showing earlier, where the thing was stocked out the ass with Dragon Age, but nobody was buying.
Yeah, they sell it to the retailers, and the retail sell it.
Yeah. And so, in case you're not aware of this, retailers actually have like 6 months or something. I don't know what the exact time is. It's probably different for each place, but they have a period where if an item is not selling, they can send it back to the wholesale merchant for a refund so that they can then stock the spot where that was being held with something that might sell, a more hot ticket item. So they might choose to return all of Dragon Age and stock it with Stellar Blade or something. You know what I mean?
Watch, like they're only carrying like 1 or 2 copies in like 2 months, like a month.
Yeah. A source that works in retail management has told that Park Place that his sales region, which is comprised of 7 stores, has seen an exchange and resale rate of 75% for the Trouble title. Does that? I'm not fully understanding. Does that mean that 75% of the titles sold are coming back? That's insane, right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
The trade-in value for the Veilguard would also support the theory that there's plenty of copies clogging up retailer shelves. All right, you guys ready for this? The Veilguard makes me feel seen as a trans player, but Blockbuster games can do better. This article goes on to say that basically it's the bare minimum we deserve. Every game should have this. This isn't going anywhere. What's up?
It's the bare necessities.
Yeah, but it's like basically they go on to say that like it's being touted as like this wonderful thing, but actually all of them should be this way, right?
Yeah.
Also,
all of them should fail.
I just want to point out this is how BioWare catered to the woke and the LGBT and all that when they thought it was going to get them brownie points, but then immediately after the game launched, so this is before launch over here, tagged LGBTQ plus RPG fantasy action, tags afterward, another Concord, huh? Damn, funny how that works. All right, and then I saw this and it was too funny not to share. Isn't BioWare supposed to be doing push-ups right now? So they link here an Angry Joe video. I cut it down. I want to play a clip for you.
They make this whole side storyline about Tosh being dead named and Isabella having to do push-ups for it.
While Tosh is pounding that snake's nose, she's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry. When one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling above.
But then at the end of the game, if your Tosh is killed, and here's Isabella dead naming Tosh as a she instead of they, you know how she would want to be honored?
You made Tosh so happy, Rook. I saw the small knowing smile when she looked at you, like there was a secret only the two of you shared.
Did the fucking writers forget their entire point?
Goddamn, bravo, Angry Joe.
Yes, they did forget their entire point because secretly, guess what? None of it actually mattered.
I mean, I just showed they've removed the LGBT plus tag, right? They don't give a shit.
I mean, once they're actually dead, I think dead naming them
is
fair
appropriate.
game. Right?
Asking you the real question. Is it okay to dead name a dead person?
So I saw this Anon Mourn's Real Isabella. Dragon Age's Isabella is weird. Stealing a book from a warmongering nation, leading to the deaths of thousands of innocent people. And if Hawk isn't your friend, you'll abandon him and more innocent people will die because you run off with the book, being a selfish cunt. Isabella. It's okay. I'm a wild card after all. Misgendering someone. Isabella. No! I can't do that. I am a thief and a war criminal, but I'm not a monster. Please forgive me, please. To which somebody replied, bonus points if you read the comics where Isabella is transporting some slaves and then throws them off her ship so she and her crew can escape the authorities. Maybe why I'm not mad they made her do some push-ups. I'm mad we can't kill her and they had to include her in the game so I can't pretend she died from some sexually transmitted disease at some point. Whoa. All right, last article here on Dragon Age. Dragon Age the Veilguard Facebook group bans laugh reacts.
Yeah, I heard about this.
No fun allowed. Admins for Dragon Age the Veilguard's Facebook group have outlawed the laugh reaction and are actively banning members who use it. The entire gaming world is laughing at Dragon Age. I feel like there's some highlights here. Oh, there are. Okay. The entire gaming world is laughing at Dragon Age the Veilguard, from the game's cringe-inducing writing to cartoonish visuals to the horrific sales numbers and cratering concurrent player count. The game has been the butt of many jokes. However, laughter in the Dragon Age the Veilguard Facebook group will get you booted and banned. Please remember that using laugh reactions on posts or comments that are not intended to be funny will lead to removal from this group. As we aim to maintain a positive atmosphere, if your intention is to troll, promote negativity, or use reaction emojis as a weapon, we cannot guarantee that you will be allowed to stay. Feel free to laugh react this too, so I can weed some of you out now. Laugh reacts banned. Laugh reacts will get you banned. We're not going to tolerate anyone laugh reacting to a personal post of someone when it's not meant to be funny. And if you're only laugh reacting because you're making fun of them or being a bigot,
only unhappiness.
You have to be just as
Why are they always
the
cringe? Like
the post then quickly amassed thousands of laugh reactions. It's even listed in the group's official rules. In the rule, the mods will go so far as to call people who laugh react bigots, as we just read. Veilguard also received only one nomination at this year's Game Awards, and it wasn't for one of the show's larger categories. The only award Dragon Age the Veilguard got a nomination for was accessibility features, which elicit quite a few laugh reacts among the gaming community. The public Facebook group banning an emoji reaction is just the latest shot fired in the ongoing battle between the game's infinitesimal fan base and the gaming community at large. Many angry gamers were once BioWare fans looking forward to a new Dragon Age title for many years. Are you guys ready for this? From Polygon, there was... What?
That was me. Yeah. I'm an angry gamer. I'm looking forward to it.
She's practically Angry Joe over here. Yeah. Polygon, there was one big snub in the Game Award nominations. Dragon Age the Veilguard, a game engineered to succeed at the Game Awards, did not. Granted, the reception to the Veilguard has been mixed, and with its Metacritic rating settling it at 82, a nomination for Game of the Year seemed beyond its reach, even though that is 1 point higher than Black Myth Wukong, which did make the cut. So they're mad because for Game of the Year, Dragon Age is not even listed, and instead it's a bunch of non-woke games such as Metaphor Fantasia, which by the way did censor itself in the whatever this is, the rebuild or whatever. Mm-hmm. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, a DLC, is up for Game of the Year. Black Myth Wukong, Balatro, whatever the fuck that is, and Astro Ball.
Card game.
Yeah. Dragon Age
It's
couldn't
actually getting really good reviews. Well, I mean, no doubt, because it's
Game of the Year.
like this seems obvious that it's a Game of the Year. Obviously, it's getting good reviews, but
So they're mad because Black Myth Wukong has an 81 Metacritic score.
did we cover it? I don't know if we covered it, but IGN gave it like a 9. Gave Dragon Age a 9, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, they maybe I'm mixing stuff up. I think there was a IGN Brazil came out and gave it a different score. Maybe that was a different game. Anyway, but then they put out another article later on and was like, here are all the problems with Dragon Age and why it sucks. It's like, you gave this game a 9. What are you doing?
So they're mad, right? That Black Myth Wukong got an 81 instead of an 82, and Dragon Age got an 82. But that Metacritic score is the aggregate of journalists, not players, right? It's Dragon Age is generally unfavorable according to players, right? Meanwhile, to quote Pirate Nation, the new marching orders are out. The Game Award nominates lowest ever rated title for Game of the Year in Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong's Game of the Year nomination sticks out like a sore thumb. Black Myth Wukong is Game Award's lowest ever rated Game of the Year nominee, right? So just more of that, right? Meanwhile, the Game Awards should happen after the year is over, like every other award show. The eligibility timing of Jeff Keighley's award show cuts games like Dragon Age the Veilguard off at the knees. In case you missed it, the nominees for the 10th Annual Game Awards, set to air on December 12th, have been announced. Some frontrunners were predictably nominated in multiple categories, such as Astrobot and Metaphor Refantasio, which scored 7 and 6 nominations respectively. But there were some pleasant surprises too, like indie darling Balatro also being nominated for the show's top award. But after all these years, the timing of the award show confounds me, especially as I see it unintentionally sabotages games that are eligible for nomination, but released too close to the cutoff date to get a proper shot and consideration. Yes, I'm talking about Dragon Age the Veilguard. So basically,
it doesn't get one next year because
I would just like to point out, Dragon Age the Veilguard came out on Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also delayed?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it?
I think it was delayed.
I don't think it was. Was it delayed?
No, it was.
You're thinking of Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh yeah.
Well, that one definitely.
So
yeah, that one's the obvious one.
I just want to point out that Dragon Age the Veilguard came out on October 31st. Okay, only a few weeks prior, Silent Hill 2 Remake came out, and that's up for 5 nominations.
Oh, is it really?
Just saying.
It's not the timing. The game just sucks.
Yeah. The Game Awards rejects woke titles with official nominations. Is Jeff Keighley feeling the heat from Southern Craig's The Real Game Awards?
Can I just say, who gives a fuck about Game Awards or any kind of these awards?
Oh yeah,
film awards.
I don't give a shit.
They're all circle jerks anyway.
Yes. As we have said,
why invest your own mental power into trying to validate a game you like some stupid Game Award show?
100% agree. Yep. I have always advocated award shows are bullshit, self-aggrandizement, political, stroking off of, random shit in whatever community they're part of. But they do have a monetary value to them in that games that become Game of the Year see an increase in sales. Mm-hmm. So I don't give a shit, and I'm not going to play a game just simply because it became Game of the Year. But a bunch of useless eaters will.
Yep.
And so it does have value to the games themselves, even though I, as a consumer, doesn't give a shit, right? Mm-hmm. So I do want to point this out, though. Jeff Keighley's The Game Awards announced nominations today on YouTube live stream, and it wasn't what the public expected. Most assumed the 10th iteration of Keighley's annual event, which is typically driven by corporate interests and the legacy games journalism elites, would celebrate failed woke titles like Dragon Age: The Veilguard, Concord, Dustborn, and Star Wars Outlaws.
Why wasn't Dustborn nominated for anything?
Seriously, can we address the fact that all this shit happened this year? Biggest successes of 2024 so far. By the way, this is from August. That's how long I've been sitting on this. Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, generally unfavorable at 3.5. Dustborn, overwhelming dislike at 1.4. Concord, generally unfavorable at 2.3. Flintlock, Siege of Dawn, generally unfavorable at 3.9. Oh, what's this? We also have Beyond Gaming, 2024, the year the slop flopped, according to Pirate Nation here. Yeah, all this shit happened this year. Dustborn, Concord, Star Wars Outlaws, Flintlock, Borderlands the movie, Suicide Squad, the gay black Doctor Who, Star Wars the Acolyte. That's just the beginning. This also was from September, right? We have had an unprecedented year of get woke, go broke. However, those games received very little attention, while fan favorites like Black Myth Wukong and Astrobot ruled the day. It's possible that this about face could be a response to Stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers launching his own video game award show dubbed the Real Game Awards. The games mentioned above weren't even up for the Games for Impact Award, which celebrates thought-provoking games with a profound social meaning. I looked at it earlier. I think it's Life is Strange is one of the nominees. Stuff like that. It's a bunch of shit games, but Dragon Age couldn't even get there. You didn't get there even with your... The only thing they were nominated for is accessibility, which means top surgery scars were put in just to try to win a fucking award. And they probably aren't going to win it. Those four titles, with their heavy-handed identity politics and social messaging, seemed poised to dominate that category, with many expecting at least one to appear for other big awards like Game of the Year, Best Game Direction, and more. While the public votes on winners, that public score only counts for 10% of the actual results. The jury gets 90% control over who wins and loses. This information comes from this video from Moriarty saying, "Unmasking the Game Awards, exposing the Game Awards voting process. I uncover a lack of transparency in its secretive jury and voting. I found several cases of concerning conflicts of interest, and eye-opening call for ethics reform to preserve the award's credibility." In response to my video, the Game Awards has taken the unprecedented step this year of deleting their jury page and hiding who's involved. We have moved further away from transparency, and the Game Awards should be ashamed. This unbalanced power dynamic was what led Stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers to launch his own award show dubbed the Real Game Awards. Quote, "Year after year, over and over again after the Game Awards, people say there has to be a real award show for gamers. Well, let's do it. The new show's winners are voted on by the players with no legacy access media involvement and no corporate sponsorships. The exact opposite of how Keighley's show has operated for the last 10 years. So what was Jeff Keighley's response? He tried to trademark the Game Awards. So Jeff Keighley is begging gamers for help in his plot to trademark the Game Awards. By the way, Randy, when I asked you, hey, doesn't that guy look like Jeff Keighley? I wasn't thinking of Jeff Keighley. I was thinking of Herman Hurst or whatever that guy's name is.
Okay.
You probably don't remember. Anyway, if Keighley's fling...
I don't even know who Herman Hurst is.
Isn't he like the Sony chairman guy or whatever? Hurst?
I don't know.
Well, unimportant. Anyway, if Keighley's filing with the U.S. Patent Office succeeds, he'll own the term Game Awards. This is an incredibly generic term used by many smaller award shows run by independent creators. Keighley is the largest voice in the gaming award show scene, with his star-studded event taking place every year on YouTube, backed by the AAA gaming industry. It's unlikely that Keighley will succeed in this venture, as the U.S. Patent Office has safeguards in place that prevent organizations and individuals from trademarking common use terms. For example, someone couldn't trademark the term sporting goods store as it's too generic, but Dick's Sporting Goods Store can be trademarked as it's the name of the unique entity.
They're slightly wrong. There's an exception to that rule, and that is if their mark becomes too recognizable as that thing. So,
What?
like,
yes.
For example, Apple can trademark Apple because everyone knows that's Apple, right? Even though Apple's pretty generic. And there's probably other examples I can't think of, but like Reese, what are you doing?
Taking drugs.
Have some mic etiquette.
Cool T says he could probably trademark the Game Awards.
Yeah.
That'd
be a lot easier.
That was me unsheathing a needle.
AOC also removed pronouns from her bio.
That was so. Apparently, she did that a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, at least. Like that wasn't. People are saying that she did it right after the election. It doesn't appear that that's the case. She claims that it's because she had to add something else to her bio, and there's only so many characters. I don't know. There's extra wording there. Like she has room to, if she deleted her little slogan thing.
Mm-hmm. 1 second. I'm looking for a tweet from these accounts. You keep talking. I'm just letting you know. I'm looking.
Keep talking, but stop talking.
Did she delete it? I recently saw a tweet of AOC saying, like, when did we get into this culture of people taking no for an answer? No doesn't mean no. It means try again. Try again harder or something like that, right? And Tim Pool tweeted out something like, is AOC advocating ignoring consent? Like, don't take no for an answer. What? Anyway. Are you okay, Randy?
Randy, are you there?
Did he fall asleep standing up?
Ring the bell if you can hear us.
Randy's having trouble.
He's muted now.
I'm having trouble getting an air bubble out of a needle.
Oh, that's dangerous.
You gonna have a stroke on us in the middle of the show? And not this kind, Reese.
No, I'm taking my tri-weekly testosterone.
Damn, no wonder he's so swole.
I always take it on Sunday nights.
Inquisition is not a good Dragon Age, but if it was a new IP, it would be decent. What is this in reference to? Grum's Grifter confirmed Capcom is also DEI infested. Why would he use it? That was Kabrutus. I think you're thinking of the image that had Ashley and Ada in them. That was Kabrutus who shared that. They didn't release the physical copy of Dragons of Vilgard until November 5th. No? I don't think so. Because we had pre-ordered the physical copy that was to be released on October 31st. It would explain why it took an extra week for it to end up at the used game store we bought it from. If that's the case.
75% sales use copy.
Oh, okay. So like that was another way to interpret it, that it's not 75% of the sales were
yeah.
It was that 75% of the sales of the game were people buying used copies of it. Still pretty bad.
Yeah.
They're literally the fun police, determining what is funny or not and why you are laughing. Yeah. Won't they be counted to next year's awards? No, because the cutoff is November 22nd. The game has to be released before November 22nd, and it was released 22 days earlier than that. Game Awards introduce games to new people. Yeah, I guess it kind of does, but
The biggest thing for the Game Awards is the announcements.
Oh, he lives.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I watch this for.
Yeah, because the Game Awards is actually just a bunch of trailers for upcoming games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With
although
with
I mean,
the only reason to
lackluster
watch
amount,
the Game Awards is to see Matan go up there to accept the award with those guys and thank his rabbi Bill Clinton. That was the only
Bill
reason
Clinton.
anybody should ever have watched the Game Awards, was for that epic troll. Lucas Koval wants to know, did you guys touch up on the David Jaffe Spurgout? Who even is that?
That's the creator of God of War and Twisted Metal.
I haven't seen the news on that yet.
I think I saw Asmund Gold react to that guy.
So Lucas Koval also says Kabaneri, The Iron Fortress, and Gate were awesome. This podcast helped inspire me to get back and watch anime. Well, I'm glad to hear that. We did cover Gate, but we have not yet watched Kabaneri, The Iron Fortress.
Kind of. It's kind of mid. Kind of like a
Animation is freaking great in it, though.
Yeah, it's with being.
Reese, how much testosterone do you need? God damn it!
Let's see. This is a 200 milligram bottle, 100 milligrams.
I don't think he really wanted to know.
Sorry, I realized what I was doing.
So after Attack on Titan, let's watch Kabaneri, The Iron Fortress. Pronouns are for languages as grammar shortcuts. They should not be used to replace sexes. When something has no gameplay effect, it should be fine to scrap it with something else. Okay. AOC, Rapuman. Rapumanu? Rape Man? Japan's favorite superhero. My favorite superhero. He's the fucking Rape Man. Pocket Pair claim Americans sometimes want to make very ugly
Did Rape Man dethrone Choji Neger?
Rape Man held the title before Choji Neger even stepped into the scene.
Oh my!
So Choji Neger is still second place.
Was a false idol that the whole time.
The real question is if Rape Man took off his bandana, it's just Choji Neger underneath, right?
Well, there goes our demonetization.
Oh, that was long gone. Let's see. Even my rabbi Bill Clinton, Jaffe attacked AC's Oshi.
I recently came to the find out what Oshi meant because of One Piece.
Okay.
Do you know what Oshi is?
Uh-uh.
It's like, apparently it's like, you know how they do like Sama and Chan and all that kind of stuff? Oshi, they added as a suffix to people who they stan, essentially.
Yeah, so it's like Hikaboshi or whatever.
It's like people online do it for idols a lot. Like you're my idol, so you're AC Oshi.
Which is why Oshi no Ko is called Oshi no Ko. My favorite idol, or the idol of my children, or the children of my idol.
My favorite children. My favorite
it's
children.
Like it has two different, like my favorite idol or my idol's children.
Yeah. So what my Oshi that he attacked? Is it? Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah, he attacked Vera Dark. My Oshi, come on. I'm like, did he attack Silent Hill? Like, what's going on? It's kind of mid. No worries, Reese. I don't think I've watched enough anime to get tired of the tropes. Honestly, I am very interested in watching it. So,
Mirage, you're rubbing up against your mic a little bit.
quit humping your mic. It's from the creator of Attack on Titan. It's not just a ripoff. It is literally Attack on Titan with zombies while I'm taking a break from doing Attack on Titan. Oishi would be a saying when liking the food of or a restaurant. In the translation, is best to leave as it. Okay, we're not talking about oishi, the adjective for delicious. Okay. Feel like I just got a spoiler. Daisuki can mean big love, and daikirai can mean big hate. Okay. All right. Moving past that. Now that we're all caught up. Okay. So Jeff Keighley, a Silver Spoon recipient born into a very wealthy family, is trying to use his influence to take full ownership over the term, because this is like where we left off is that it's not Sporting Goods Store, it's Dick's Sporting Goods Store, right? So he clearly knows it will be an uphill battle, and that's why he's soliciting aid from gamers, reaching out to them via email to ask for help. Quote, "We are currently in the midst of registering the Game Awards as a mark with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office," Keighley said in an email to fans who tuned into a pandemic-era Zoom session. Quote, "We are looking for letters of support to establish that consumers," that's you, you, cringe,
me,
distinctively associate the term the Game Awards with our annual award show. The email encouraged fans to sign a letter of support via DocuSign, ensuring them that it would only take about 30 seconds, while also failing to explain the ramifications should Keighley succeed. It also asked fans to share personal anecdotes about the event that would be included in the filing case. In addition, if you want to reply to this email with any personal reflections with details on how you came to know and live, I think you mean love, Game Awards, we will be happy to include your individual thoughts in our application when it is filed in a few weeks. Anyway, I don't think anybody actually cares about this. The point is, well, it's not that much more. What makes the situation particularly troubling is the way the email appeals to fans to aid in the trademark process. It asks recipients to submit personal reflections about their connection to the Game Awards. Keighley's term is leveraging the goodwill of the gaming community to serve their legal ambitions. Some people may read this message thinking it's completely innocent or that they are doing the right thing by participating in pushing the agenda forward. But no, the request subtly frames the trademark application as a collaborative effort, even though its ultimate purpose is to give one entity exclusive control over a term that belongs to all of us in the broader gaming verbiage. Despite running the event for an entire decade, this marks the first time Keighley has attempted to own the term. It comes just 8 months after Stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers revealed his plan to launch a counter show called the Real Game Awards.
To be fair to Jeff, he probably couldn't copyright it or trademark it before. Like, it would have been too generic before. But now, after 10 years of doing the show, he can kind of have an argument. And with no one competing with him before, he wasn't really incentivized to it. So now he has incentive because someone's trying to compete with it. And he has the experience or reputation to try and actually get it. So that's why he would be doing it now as opposed to not years ago. But this is exactly like how Apple owns the trademark for App Store, right? No one else can have an App Store, but it's such a descriptive thing. How did they get that freaking trademark? I can't believe that a court agreed that they should get that trademark.
I mean, they kind of invented the entire ecosystem, though. That's like saying, how did they get the, I'm not saying that they have it, but let's say, how did they get the trademark for podcast? Well, they invented the iPod. You know what I mean?
They didn't even invent the word podcast, it has nothing to do with the pod.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, the argument you're making about the App Store, they literally invented the smartphone. They developed the terminology surrounding it, including the word app, right? Like, so.
Well, the word application has existed forever.
Of course it has. But the short form of referring to it as an app and like the concept of apps on the phone is different from the concept of application.
No. There were apps before. You could download little games for your phone.
Before they were called widgets.
No. There were full on like games, and no one referred to them as widgets. For your
name one game. Snake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you had Snake, you had Arkanoid or Breakout, not Arkanoid, Breakout. Little shitty games for your phone.
When you pulled out your Nokia, your brick Nokia, and you played Snake, did you say, hold on, I got this new app?
No, but you had to.
It was called a game.
Because it was on there originally.
They didn't invent the word app. They didn't invent the word store.
Yeah.
They might have invented
for application.
They might have invented the word app store. Okay, maybe, but it's a very descriptive name. So everyone can have an app store. That's like saying I invented the word start menu so no one else can have a start menu.
You know what?
It's stupid.
Did they invent the word recycle bin and that's why it's not called that on a no, wait, actually, Microsoft invented the.
It's called the trash can on the apples.
Yeah, it's called trash.
That's probably just Apple being different, but anyway, they own it.
Apple's not eco-friendly. They just throw.
Google has to go with the dumb name Play Store. I don't even know.
App equals Apple. Stupid.
Maybe, actually, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's application. But I've been wrong before.
I'm certain it's application. He's just making a joke. An employee of Apple invented the podcast. It was run by a single guy. When he left Apple functionally, he lost access. He returned it when they asked for it. Oh. All right, so anyway.
The guy that invented the podcast was on Joe Rogan. I don't know if he worked for... what the fuck is going on? Are you all right, Reese?
I'm fine. Are you all right? How are you doing?
There's just a lot of noise coming from your mic there. Anyway, he was on Joe Rogan and he was explaining how he created the idea of a podcast and the RSS feed that involved with it. And the reason it's called podcast is because it's a broadcast. It had to do with that.
Dude, what the fuck?
And Apple had contacted them specifically to try and build it into their ecosystem. Why are you looking at that comment? Don't look at that comment.
There isn't time travel in Attack on Titan.
I know, but what happened? That there is another comment. Did you actually make this comment? Message removed due to racially insensitive content? Did you actually make this comment, or did StreamYard censor this?
Maybe it was YouTube censored it.
I don't think it would, because
let's find out.
It says on YouTube, it says the exact same thing. It says message removed due to racially insensitive content. I'm just curious if you actually typed that, or if that's like, because I've never seen.
Can you type whatever you said with spaces in between each letter so I can figure out what it was?
Well, I mean, if that's what he
probably
typed.
said, "Who's Chojin?" Oh. Whew. All right. Well, don't get in any trouble. What did you say, Randy?
I literally copied and pasted that. It's a copy pasta.
Oh yeah. The ADL is knocking on your door. Also, yes, that is Al Pacino. Okay. So Stuttering Craig's show will be entirely voted on by gamers, which is the exact opposite of how Keeley's corporate sponsored suit and tie affair is run. While Keeley often touts the fans' ability to vote on winners for the Game Awards, the gesture is mostly symbolic. As we already explained, the fan vote makes up a measly 10% of the actual results, with 90% determined by a panel of industry insiders from legacy across media outlets like IGN, Polygon, and Variety. So it's funny, like all like Kotaku and Polygon and all them who are like, "Oh, the Game Awards, why is the Dragon Age there?" They're the ones who get to vote on it. Like, do you think gamers will support Keeley? No, I don't know. I shouldn't have read that last part. Anyway, any thoughts on this before I?
I hope he doesn't get it. I think it's too generic.
I hope he gets it and it doesn't stop anything. Like,
if he cared to try and make it in some exclusive thing, he should trademark Jeff Keighley's Game Awards or something like that, and stick with that.
This is why they call it. This is why they call it the Academy Awards and the Oscars, and like. Okay, all right. Who the fuck is Jeff Keighley? Like, where did he pop into the world that all of a sudden he's like, I'm in charge of games? Like,
he used to work for G4 TV or Tech TV.
Oh, okay. So he had some clout. All right, I want to show you guys something. A game I would play the absolute shit out of. Sorry. Snowman Story is getting a Switch port in December. I'm going to play the trailer for you. Reese, tell me if you wouldn't play the absolute ever-loving shit out of it.
This looks like ass. I will never play it.
Rude. Didn't even let me read the synopsis yet. Jeez. The story is of a snowman named Chris, who's probably trans. Brought to life one cold winter's day.
The carrot is.
Hold on. Have you seen the Netflix Snowman movie where it's like the snowman turns into like this shredded guy?
Of course.
I have not.
Is that a Hallmark movie? A Lifetime love story?
Shredded snowman.
Are you thinking of Jack Frost with Michael Keaton?
Hot Frosty, it's called.
No, I've seen it. Oh my god.
You've seen it or you know of it?
No, I saw it.
Why am I not surprised?
I saw a review of it.
Is that a Netflix show? I thought that was like a.
No, it's a Netflix show. They're trying to be the new Hallmark.
Yeah.
But they're being more sexy about it.
That's funny.
Hallmark if it was a steamy romance novel.
No, it's like uncomfortable.
Yeah.
To watch
The basic story is that this woman goes to this like snowman like contest or whatever, and someone had made like a snowman that looked like a real person, and she put this scarf on them, and then they magically turn into a real person.
I've seen the TikToks.
Yeah, that's where I've seen it from. I haven't actually watched it, but
Sure.
Shredded. That detail stuck out in your mind. All right. So
all of a sudden there's a naked guy at the snow.
Yeah, he walks around naked.
Yeah.
In the snow.
I mean that seems to be one of the details that they are pushing. So
yeah, so
my defense.
Let me share with you the synopsis.
In the real world, he would have been arrested.
Brought to life one cold winter's day by a lonely boy in need of a playmate, Chris is content with his simple existence. But when a cackling crow reveals to him one night that he'll melt away as soon as the weather warms, Chris must embark on a long journey to a paradise far to the north, where it's said that snowmen can survive even the coming of spring.
Christmas.
Yep.
Christmas. Ah, see the double play? Wordplay.
Along the way, he'll encounter a host of friendly woodland creatures who will guide him on his trek and help him tackle tricky ice puzzles whenever things get slippery. Note that these puzzles are fully skippable for players who just want to enjoy the story. There's a story beyond the like sliding around. Like,
why are parts of your game skippable? That's stupid.
That's dumb, yeah.
Sounds
He'll also come across snowmen who tried but failed to make the very same pilgrimage. So like literally on your way up, you find like the charred remains of snowmen who didn't quite get there fast enough. It's like climbing up Mount Everest and finding all the dead bodies frozen to the core. And again, the ability to read the memories embedded in their melted remains. Oh, he gains the ability. Okay. Hopefully, by learning how they met their tragic ends, Chris can avoid the same fate. After all, what meaning can there possibly be in a life that lasts but a single winter? A wintertime tale of warmth and friendship that'll surely melt your heart. Snowman Story is a perfect game to curl up with by the fire this or any holiday season. Oh, all right. So anyway, it's totally my aesthetic. I'll play it. Only problem is that it's not getting a physical release so far as I know.
Have you heard about the other game that's on the Switch called The Legend of Santa?
Nope.
It is a Super Mario Brothers 3 clone, and it is co-op, and one person plays as Santa, and one person plays as an elf, and you have to rescue Mrs. Claus instead of Princess Peach.
Wow. All right.
So Snowman Story, I just looked it up. Snowman Story gameplay is only 2 hours.
So? And? 2 hours of fun?
How much is the game?
Let's find out.
I was kind of like there's some like Christmas levels in Banjo-Kazooie and Diddy Kong Racing.
Oh yeah, you're on your stick about the Christmas aesthetic.
Yeah, and they have like well, that's not too bad. They have a Christmas aesthetic, and I kind of wanted I was talking about earlier when we were playing games, I think, about wanting a game that has a Christmas aesthetic. But this one doesn't seem like it, to be honest.
The reason why it's not getting a physical release is because it's only 68 megabytes.
I'll buy it. Give me the physical release.
I mean, you can literally play it on your phone, basically.
It's Cinemax Hawkeye Love Story. Huh? All right.
There's nothing.
You mean Skinemax?
There's nothing new in Crunchyroll, so we're going to skip it. Yay! All right. Savakis had tweeted this out a little while ago. Assistance needed! We are looking for the Korean dub of Bubblegum Crisis in good quality. It was released with some edits as Korean 2023. Hurricane 2023. With a cast/crew change between episodes 3 and 4. Hit me up if you have a copy, preferably digital. Update. Dub has been found. Thanks for all your help, everyone. Sweet. Some quick updates. The t-shirt will be up for pre-orders tonight, along with Nasu Summer Nandalasia. Also, can't tell yet about Bubblegum Crisis, but the Korean dub of Crash was too edited to include. Huge chunks missing, including the ending. Rats. So this is for Bubblegum Crash, not Bubblegum Crisis. So he says he can't tell yet about Bubblegum Crisis. Maybe they'll include it, but Crash is like, fuck that, can't do it. Don't know why the dub needed to be included at all, but whatever. Cool. Also, Good Smile customers report stolen payment information.
That's not good.
Dozens of buyers are taking to social media, claiming that their payment information has been stolen by malicious actors after buying from Good Smile, an online anime merch retailer and manufacturer.
Specifically the US one or the Japanese one?
Good Smile is known for its ease of use for international users. Not looking good. And its wide selection of products ranging from figurines based on anime, video games, and even indie animations like The Amazing Digital Circus. Whatever that is. Users have been reporting suspicious activity after shopping at Good Smile over the past month. Buyers have associated the fraudulent charges with purchases made on Good Smile, ranging as far back as 3 weeks ago to as recently as a few days. Anyone who shopped at Good Smile recently is encouraged to check their recent bank statements and account activity, freeze or order new cards if fraudulent activity is detected, and consider using alternative payment methods in the future. At the time of writing, Good Smile's website is undergoing scheduled maintenance, hopefully to address the concerns consumers are having. So far, Good Smile has not released a statement about the alleged data breach. So there you go. If you shop at Good Smile, you might want to be on the lookout.
In the last 3 weeks.
I have a pre-order from a while ago, though.
Did they charge you on? I assume they charge you when it ships.
I don't remember, honestly, if I got charged or not. But it was like
R.I.P. Randy's credit.
When was this? This was,
it's been a couple of years since I bought anything from Good Smile US.
This was back in March that I pre-ordered this. So hopefully it wasn't like a hack or anything. It was just something stupid.
Scrubbing current activity or something.
All right, here we go. Boom. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can shop at Stealthweed. You can buy your favorite shirt, Donut Commander.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. I don't know why I don't have this yet. I should order one for myself.
I don't know why I don't either. I should get it.
Need it before they don't make it anymore. The shirt blank that I'm using, that is. All right, anyway. Also, you could shop at ocapodcast.com/store, and you can buy yourself a wonderful current year beauty standard shirt. Don't be dismayed by how weirdly dull it looks. I wore it last podcast. It looks awesome. It legitimate. It might even be in this room. Is that it right there?
What are you looking at?
That's not it.
What are you looking?
I'm looking for my current year beauty standard shirt with Ogly.
I don't know.
Probably upstairs. Anyway, doesn't matter. It looks really good printed and it fits nice. The only problem is you've got Ogly's face on your.
They never seen a man before.
Oh, good job. All right. In other news, there are Lupin the Third hot sauces, and anybody who knows me knows I must have them. Except that it's $75. I was telling Reese, is like, "Wow, I'm gonna have to order 2 sets, one to use and one to store." And then I saw the price and said, "I don't want any anymore." So it's kind of funny. Lupin is jalapeno, which was ranked as a 3 out of 10. Jigen is mango pineapple habanero, which
sounds good.
Oh, God, let me have that right now.
Mm-hmm.
That one is a 5 out of 10. Goemon is a cayenne pepper, which is 4 out of 10. And then Fujiko and Zenigata are 10 out of 10. Zenigata is ghost pepper. And Fujiko is just chili extract.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, I don't know why I scrolled down. Anyway, moving past this, I got something else to show you. Anya x Naruto. New collaboration figures revealed. I need one. I don't really want... I like this one because the hair is still Anya color, but I also hate Sakura, so... It's a tough choice.
They don't have a Sasuke one?
They might. They don't have it pictured. I don't see one. Anyway, also, I mean, yes, a Dragon Ball Capsule Corp motorcycle, please. Thank you. I'll take one. I'll take all 4. 5, 4, 4.
I can only count 4.
All right. Meanwhile, possessing Harry Potter's sword of Godric Gryffindor is now illegal in Japan. Warner Brothers Studio Tour Tokyo Souvenir replicas recalled after warning from Muggle law enforcement. Within the world of Harry Potter, Gryffindor is supposed to be the heroes. Sure, the Hufflepuff kids play nicely with others, but they aren't known as a house of action. Ravenclaw is smart, but being clever doesn't necessarily make you good. And Slytherin, setting aside the question of what what the expected benefits were for a school creating a permanent club for evil teenagers, they're not known for their righteous valor. So it regularly falls to Gryffindor to answer the call to become heroes, which makes it all the more ironic that in Japan, possessing a symbol of loyalty to the house may now make you a criminal. Warner Brothers Studio Tour Tokyo, The Making of Harry Potter, opened in the summer of last year in Tokyo's Nerima Ward. A sort of combination theme park / museum / photo spot, the facility features recreations of settings seen in the Harry Potter film series, along with displays of costumes and props used in the series. Naturally, there's a gift shop too, and among the items it's offered is a full-sized Sword of Godric Gryffindor. Priced at $196, the stainless steel replica of the sword wielded by Gryffindor's founder is 86 centimeters or 34 inches in length. Unfortunately, the size and design of this very big sword for very big Harry Potter fans is causing it to be recalled. The Warner Brothers Studio Tour Tokyo management was recently contacted by the police, who informed them that the Sword of Godric Gryffindor is, in the eyes of the law, a sword, and so it's illegal for civilians to possess. Japan's Firearm and Sword Possession Control Law, also sometimes called the Firearm and Sword Control Law, dictates various criteria as to what distinguishes a sword from practical use bladed tools such as cooking knives. Criteria such as length, material, and sharpness are taken into consideration. And while the Sword of Godric Gryffindor does not have sharpened edges, apparently the tip of the blade is sharp enough for it to be judged as a sword by the police, and thus would require a special permit to own. It's possible that Warner Brothers Studio Tour Tokyo didn't bother to check the Sword of Godric Gryffindor against the Firearm and Sword Possession Control Law standards, figuring that because it's sold attached to a wooden backing,
yeah, you can't remove the damn thing unless
it
you
will
actually
be treated
really
as a piece of hanging wall art.
Yeah.
The real question is, what happened that now it isn't?
Some industrious otaku would pull it apart, sharpen it.
The Sword of Godric Gryffindor was offered for sale between March of 2023 and April 2024, during which 351 were purchased. That is not good odds. That's 13 months. 351 only?
Well,
and now they're
$200.
being recalled. Oof.
I mean, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, but I don't think I'd shell out $200 for something.
$200 times 351.
I mean, that's...
What was that?
The dog dropped his bone in the collar thing. Hey, can you disconnect my
$70,000, $70,000, $70,200. $70,200.
There you go. All right. So they're being recalled. The Warner Brothers Studio Tour Tokyo has added a page to its official website here with further information about how to turn in the sword and receive a refund. Visitors to Japan from overseas who've already taken the Sword of Godric Gryffindor back to their home country are presumably in the clear. But a number of swords are, a number of the swords are currently available through a secondhand sales sites in Japan, which domestic shoppers will likely want to avoid.
Avoid what? Why? It's presumably because they can't ever deliver. But like, you want that? That's going to be a crazy collectible.
Yeah,
if it got recalled.
Come and get me, coppers. All right. Let's talk about the big damn Godzilla appears in Japan as a power washing art.
Oh, I said that to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, to be honest. Don't know why they did it. Don't know how.
Because it looks cool. That's a second.
Anyway, Bean, would you shut it? Take your bone elsewhere. Hey, Betty. Yeah. Chinese company busted showing off humanoid robots that actually have humans inside.
What?
At least they weren't in a zoo.
All right, so I'm going to play a silent video that's featured here and here while we read it, so you have something to look at. I'm in the wrong brand. Sorry. It is this one. So that woman, the people behind her are robots. That girl with the white hair in the middle right now, that's also a woman. Right? So I don't know that they were actually trying to convince you, or if they just hired cosplayers to, be able to walk around instead of be connected to the back there. And I think it's funny that the actual real robots don't have like the face, like, what do you call that? Like lines, the metallic lines. So anyway, it says here, footage making the rounds on social media shows what appear to be astonishingly lifelike humanoid robots posing at the World Robot Conference in Beijing last week. But instead of showing off the latest and greatest in humanoid robotics, can you tell him to leave? Tell him to leave. Take his bone and throw it out there.
We'll place outside. Thank you.
Instead of showing off the latest and greatest in humanoid robotics, two of the robots turned out to be human women cosplaying as futuristic gynoids, presumably hired by animatronics company X Robots. Many people think these are all robots without realizing they're actually two human beings cosplayed as robots among the animatronics, reporter Brian Wan tweeted. While somewhat uncanny at first glimpse, the illusion was shattered once an image of one of the hired women having lunch at the event started circulating online. Even humanoid robot cosplayers have to eat, it turns out. That's funny. It's not the first time we've come across humans dressed as robots on stage. In 2022, Tesla was widely mocked for hiring a dancer in a tight spandex costume to masquerade as the company's newly announced Optimus robot. However, the cosplayers hired by X Robots proved far more convincing. Readers on Twitter had to step in once. One particularly gullible user claimed the cosplayers were straight out of sci-fi humanoid robots. The original post clearly says these are fake robot girls. A community note attached to the post reads, account owner is farming engagement. Oh, burned. Despite hiring human cosplayers for their booth at the conference, X Robots has in fact developed admittedly less convincing humanoid robots, which can make various facial expressions to express ersatz emotions. Don't know what that is. In June, Reuters reported on the company's progress, showing footage of silicone arms and feet littering tables. The models we're making is multimodal and capable of emotional expression. X-Robot CEO Li Boyang told Reuters at the time. It can perceive the surrounding environment and produce appropriate facial feedback. Why the company chose to hire human cosplayers for last week's World Robot Conference remains unclear. Were they hired as booth babes, an outdated and sexist form of promotion, or were they purposefully there to trick attendees into thinking they were robots? Booth babes, I think. What do you think of them? All right, good talk. Thanks.
It's not sexist. Obviously you want people to look at your product with a good light. So you hire some attractive women. What's wrong with that?
Nothing at all.
I think that these people that are complaining about booth babes are just the any size is beautiful people that are mad at hot people.
All right. Kutsuti says, after Abe's death, did Japan also ban common household items to prevent another attack? No. Believe it or not, they didn't. This is an outdated law from like the Meiji era. All right, let's end this video. All right, cool. Jumping on. How tired are you guys?
I'm all right. I'm lasted this long.
It's getting late.
What's the question you are asking?
I'm wondering if we push this another week. Do bears strike first with their left paw when attacking people? Japan wants to know. Let's push this one. Let's push this one. Yeah. Instead, Nara man arrested for burying mother in his cemetery plot by himself. Let's read that.
Jeez. I didn't hear about this one.
He just doesn't want to pay the fee. Like,
something about this poorly
what's wrong with
Photoshop
that?
thing is really silly to me. You don't have to abandon a body to legally abandon it.
This just seems like an economical situation.
Totally agree. Sadly, cases of people abandoning the remains of loved ones are an ongoing problem in Japan. The reasons can vary widely, from those hoping to keep cashing in pension checks to those who simply lack the ability or emotional stability to make the proper arrangements. However, a recent case is testing the boundaries of what it means to abandon a deceased body. At approximately 1:30 p.m. on the 18th of November, a groundskeeper at the Shitenoji Yamatobetsuin Cemetery in Nara City discovered someone's right wrist protruding from the ground. Oh no!
You got to do it right if you're gonna do it. Come on.
So when they say the right wrist, they gotta mean like protruding from the ground, like just that top part showing or something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would have said right hand, which I think is funnier, like the hand coming out.
She's trying to escape.
The Nara Prefectural Police were called in to exhume the body and conduct an autopsy, which determined the body belonged to a woman at least 70 years old who likely died earlier the same month. No cause of death was determined, but there were no signs of foul play. The subsequent investigation led to the arrest of 71-year-old Ryuichi Kurata of Suita City. Man arrested for burying mother. Mother at least 70. Man 71.
Well, that's at least 70.
Does she have him when she was 9? Like, led to the arrest of 71 Ryuichi Kurata of Suita City in the neighboring Osaka prefecture on charges of abandoning a corpse. Kurata admitted to burying the body and said it was his mother whom he lived with. How? This is like that thing in Japan where you're, a lolly until a certain age and then you're 1,000 years old, mummy. Right? Kurata admitted to burying the body and said it was his mother whom he lived with. Kurata was also already leasing the plot when he buried the body. While it's clearly not the textbook way to inter a loved one, couldn't it also be a stretch to say Kurata abandoned the body by burying it in a cemetery plot that he had the rights to? The first issue is that people's bodies are rarely buried in Japan. Cremation is by far the most common method, and the remaining ash and bones are placed in an urn, which is then stored in a rather small box-like space under the grave called Kotsutsuboshitsu. Wow. Bone urn room. Nice. Great name. Kotsutsuboshitsu. Japanese cemeteries kind of look like cities from a certain angle. Yeah, they fucking do. Holy shit. Each monument will have the Kotsutsuboshitsu either inside it or directly underneath it. That big pile in the middle are Jizo statues in honor of miscarried, stillborn, or aborted babies. They bury the aborted babies? Or are they just... Babies go here if they exist or not. One benefit of this style is that it saves a lot of space. Graveyards in Japan are often dense clusters of stone monuments, but it is possible to get some more spacious plots too, if desired. It would seem likely that Kurata had leased one of the larger ones and also possibly hadn't set up a monument yet. Dumb question. Let's take
phoning someone.
Let's take the biblical understanding of the age of the earth and say that before Christ, let's just say 6,000 years. Granted, there's like 8 billion people on the planet right now, but there weren't previously, right? That's a modern number. So it's not always had this many people. If you gave every single human being who has ever died a pyramid, like the ones that the pharaohs are allegedly buried in, would it take up the entire surface of the earth or not even close?
It's almost 2 a.m. I'm not doing math.
Coward. A satellite image of Yamato Betsuin Cemetery shows a large number of empty plots that are just bare dirt. A 180 square centimeter plot there costs 4 million yen up front and 14,000 yen per year in maintenance fees. That's how they get you. Since graves are usually shared among family members, it's not strange for Kurata to put his mother... What are they going to do if you don't pay? Do you think they're going to exhume your corpse? Like, in...
Probably.
What do they fucking do with it? Do they just transport it to the free lot?
I mean, it's kind of weird because if you have a system where most people are cremated, right? I assume they would just, if your body wasn't cremated, I would assume they would cremate it.
Yeah, but when I say they're going to take the body, I'm talking about in the urn.
Yeah, for the urn, like I have to imagine they probably have like a mass burial area where they just put everyone's urns.
You have 10 days to pay, or we will open the urn and add some kitty litter. Like,
because after well, I don't know if they do this in Japan, but here, like when you buy a spot, you only get that spot for like, I don't know, 100 years or whatever. And then after 100 years, they'll put a new person like where you were.
How dare they?
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's not the same for like famous people, but that's generally what they do. They'll resell spots after a while.
I just want to be buried right next to the swastika. All right, jokes aside, it's a manji. It's a temple. All right, anyway. All right. Where was I? Yeah. So since graves are usually shared among family members, it's not strange for Kurata to put his mother into a grave that he leased. It's just extremely strange for him to have buried the whole uncremated body by himself, and that puts him on the hook for a breach of contract along with a whole range of criminal charges like trespassing, vandalism, and obstruction of business, to name a few. However, the reports say that he was arrested for the crime of abandoning a corpse. So to find out if that holds water, let's check the legal definition of it. The crime of abandoning a corpse is referred to in Article 190 of the Penal Code, which states, quote, "Those who damage, abandon, or take possession of a corpse, bones, hair, or anything placed in a coffin shall be punished by imprisonment of no more than 3 years." So if you take possession of anything placed in a coffin, like the pillow, the clothing, come on, man. This is a dangerous enforcement here. The concept of abandon here is rather open to interpretation, but it just so happens that that interpretation was really put to the test recently in the case of a Vietnamese national who was accused of abandoning the bodies of her 2 newborn twins that died just after birth. She had delivered the twins in her dormitory room, and after overcoming the shock of what happened, she wrapped their bodies in towels, placed them in a cardboard box along with a letter of apology and farewell, taped the box shut, and put it on a shelf. The box was discovered 2 days later after she received a medical examination that revealed her situation to the authorities.
Were they stillborn or were they alive in the box originally?
I'm guessing stillborn, or the box was discovered 2 days later after she received a medical examination that revealed her situation. So I'm guessing what happened is she got a medical examination like, whoa, there's a placenta in here. What the hell? You know, like, did you have twins? Like, the woman was found guilty of abandoning the bodies despite the fact that she kept them in her home. In general, the concept of abandonment, what are you supposed to do? You have a fucking baby at home and it comes out dead. Hello, 911. I don't know what to do here. Will I go to jail?
Stillborn?
We're just assuming there. It says they died just after birth in the article here.
Close enough.
2 newborn twins that died just after birth. The woman was found guilty of abandoning the bodies despite the fact that she kept them in her home. In general, the concept of abandonment includes concealment, such as when a murderer buries their victims in the backyard. In the case of the woman, she had placed the bodies in an unmarked cardboard box, which is concealment and thus abandonment in the eyes of the law. Are you fucking serious? The concept of abandonment includes concealment, such as when a murderer buries their victims in the backyard. So just simply because she put them in a fucking container, I didn't leave them on the goddamn kitchen floor. Like,
just put it in the garage. I'll come back later.
However, the case was taken to the Supreme Court, which overturned her guilty verdict. Their ruling meant that mere concealment should not constitute abandonment, and instead gave it an interpretation of denying someone's body the proper respect after death and not interring them in accordance with social customs. In the case of the woman, it could not be established that she didn't intend to give them a proper cremation at a later time, and she was not found guilty of abandoning a corpse. Applying the Supreme Court's interpretation of abandonment to Kurata's case, it might be hard to argue that burying a body in the grave is not in accordance with social customs. Much like the case of the Vietnamese woman, it will likely boil down to the very fine details of everything he did from the moment of death to his arrest. I like the idea of committing like the craziest, most bizarre crime, because by doing it in such a uniquely weird way, it's like, well, there's technically no law against it. Like, it's unfortunate that this law has to be applied to many people who appear to be simply too overwhelmed with grief to know what to do. But without a better social support system, we may continue to see things happen. Yeah, I think you will. Aging population and all that. It should also be noted that as of this writing, the police are still trying to confirm the woman's body is in fact that of Kurata's mother. If there happens to be a surprise with that detail, just forget everything. Well, if she's at least 70 and he's 71, yeah, I think it's a pretty damn good chance it's not his mom. Anyway, in other news,
It's actually a murder suspect now.
Hold on, I gotta read these articles or these comments. Also, if I didn't say it earlier, hello, Jose. If the U.S. buried aborted babies, we'd run out of cemetery space. Yeah, especially if we put them in pyramids. They just bury a new family above yours. Oh. Did the ADL count games with the Manji the same way they count Civil War era games because of the confidence? Yeah. We are hoping stillborn, yes, sadly. You call 911 and Dale Hospital will confirm and declare time of death. Good to know, just in case I ever have a stillborn baby.
I didn't know
Probably
you were
won't.
pregnant.
Yeah. Well, that kiss earlier, man.
Whoa.
Spiders are going to come out of me soon.
Oh, God.
All right.
There wasn't actually a kiss.
It's a joke. Spanish man found
Spiders-
dead.
Bad joke.
Spiders with Randy's head on him.
Mm.
He said he wanted to AI Photoshop me kissing him for some reason.
Spiders with AC's unshaven baby face head on him.
Don't worry about it. She doesn't have the headphones plugged in. Anyway,
now they're plugged in. What happened?
you have to watch the show. Johnny Somali AI deepfaked himself with a Korean streamer. So I made a joke and I said that it would be so easy to do. And I don't know. You had to be there. Now it's not funny. Now
It was weird when you said it the first time.
You're chat not by me. I didn't censor it. Spanish man found dead inside dinosaur sculpture. So I just want to show you the picture of it. All right. Probably a mob hit, right? You're constructing a dinosaur statue and you throw a body in there, right?
Maybe he wanted to know what it was like to be birthed by a dinosaur.
A Spanish man was found dead inside a paper mache dinosaur
I think the body was dumped there.
in a Barcelona suburb, according to multiple reports. The death is not being investigated as suspicious.
What?
This kind of thing happens all the time.
Oh my god. The cops were paid off.
Police do not believe the 39-year-old was homeless, as his disappearance was reported after he went missing. Wait. They don't think he was homeless because the disappearance was reported hours after he went missing. A father and son who played in the area discovered the body after seeing a leg through a crack in the dinosaur sculpture. Can you throw him out?
Beanie, go outside. Thank you.
And stay outside, please.
Doesn't want to be alone.
Tough.
Look at him. Look at you with this cute thing.
Take the bone and put it somewhere else away from him so he can't have it.
Can I have it? Of course, he takes it where I can't get it. Beanie. Bean. Okay, out.
There's about to be a murder.
We need a paper mache dinosaur. Stat.
No.
A father and son who played in the area discovered the body after seeing a leg through a crack in the dinosaur sculpture, which was being used to advertise a movie theater. The dinosaur has since been removed. Quote, "It's an accidental death. There was no violence." A spokesperson for the regional police force told The Guardian. This
Peacefully
person
got paper mache'd into a dinosaur.
This person got inside the statue's leg and got trapped. It looks as though he was trying to retrieve a mobile phone, which he had dropped. It looks like he entered the statue head first and couldn't get out. It's like in that that meme about like the like people who go spelunking in those really tiny caves and end up upside down. You know what I'm talking about?
It sounds horrible.
The cave death.
I've seen a few of those on TikTok, yeah.
They make me sad.
This one.
Where you
This
get
is pretty
stuck, like
This is pretty
200
much what happened to him, right
Yeah.
here. Just this, but imagine it's inside of a stegosaurus.
Get stuck 200 feet down below the surface of the earth. No way out.
That would suck, man.
If only he could have reached his phone, he could have called someone. Firefighters were called in to remove the body from the dinosaur. Autopsy results are pending, though The Guardian said it appeared the man had been deceased for a few days. Damn. There's a video. How have we not watched the video yet? Well, that's why that was useless. All right. In other news, a Florida woman was accused of hitting boyfriend multiple times with a Christmas tree during an argument.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Is there a video of that?
I picture it as a big Christmas tree, like 9 feet. But in reality, it's probably like one of those tabletop ones. Yeah. I believe. Right.
What's that? There's that Christmas song, like Santa. Santa ran over Grandma got run over by
by a reindeer.
By a reindeer.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer.
Have you ever experienced Christmas?
It's 2 a.m, okay?
You believe in Christmas.
You got a Santa hat on. I think you're a fraud.
I know the song, okay?
Are you sure? Because you certainly had a hard time getting to it.
The last bit of the lyrics are I believe.
Oh, okay.
That's why I brought it up.
Okay, I don't even know the lyrics after the chorus. Anyway, hey, look at that. Biden pardons son Hunter in shocking reversal. What do you know? A Florida woman was arrested after she allegedly struck her boyfriend repeatedly with a Christmas tree during an argument, according to police. Miracle Rivera, 20, was charged with domestic battery in connection with the incident that happened at about 3:30 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve? This is from last year, damn it. 3:30 a.m. on Christmas Eve, according to an arrest affidavit via Fox 35 Orlando. Rivera was the victim. No, I'm sorry, Rivera and the victim. She's the perpetrator. Rivera and the victim, 24, were engaged in a verbal altercation at their home in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Well, hold on, go back to the title. Okay, no, never mind. It does say Florida woman, right? This is a Florida woman's situation.
A verbal altercation in their home in St. Petersburg, Florida, over the victim's alleged infidelity when the attack took place. The two individuals were
on Christmas
fucking Eve, man. How dare you? The two individuals were eventually separated after the victim walked into the living room, but Rivera followed him into the living room, picked up a Christmas tree, and struck him repeatedly while he was lying on the couch, according to the affidavit. The victim suffered several minor scratches on his upper body and arms, according to police. The couple was in a romantic relationship and had been living together for 2 years. Rivera was booked into the Pinellas County Jail. You're not going to give me a description of how big the tree was? God damn. 0 out of 10. Also, how can you afford to live in St. Pete's? It's fucking expensive out there. All right. Let's read about the fish that jumped down a man's throat.
That's what they all say.
A man in the Mekong Delta's Kiangyang province.
Oh, yeah. He definitely shoved that thing down there.
Had to get medical help after deep throating a fish. After a fish jumped into his throat and he couldn't get it out. The 55-year-old man was trying to catch fish
with his mouth.
Here, fishy.
Oh,
damn it.
Yeah, I bet
55
that would be to get out because all the spines, like, you can't pull it back. Once it goes in, it doesn't come out.
Yeah. The 55-year-old man was trying to catch fish when a climbing perch jumped into his mouth and went down his throat. He tried to get it out, but could only push it down further instead. The spines on the fish injured his throat, causing bleeding. Ugh.
Yeah.
The patient was taken to the Gyeongring District Medical Center for emergency medical help late last week. On Wednesday, Dr. Win Hong Kui, head of the center's otorhinolaryngology department. Okay. Ear, nose, and throat doctor, maybe, said the dead fish was taken out of the patient's throat, but the organ has already sustained heavy damage. Patient received treatment and was eventually discharged after a few days. Quote, I've been catching fish since I was small, but I never encountered a situation like this, the patient said. Oh, that's funny. Would you rather a fish jump down your throat or call in the sturgeon, drunk man who stuck 2 live fish into his anus is rushed to hospital after they swam up his intestines?
They swam up there on their own, I swear.
What the hell do you think this is? What's big bots?
Bigots.
Oh, freaking hell, I can't read. Wow.
And you were making fun of me for not getting the exact lyrics of the song.
At least I have an excuse because I have bad eyesight and my glasses are broken.
Look, you have the excuse if I just took my
blind.
testosterone.
Or at least I'm blind and not retarded.
Oh. All right. Cool. I want to put that in the thumbnail. Okay. One of the creatures broke through the wall of his intestines, forcing doctors in Guangzhou, southern China, to operate. Man. A drunk man who stuck 2 live fish up his anus was hospitalized. We already know that. Doctors reportedly forced to operate to save the patient's life after he arrived at the medical facility. What if you had fish up both ends? One up your ass and one down your throat, and they met in the middle and had a fight? That'd be I want to read that story. Somebody
they met in the middle and kissed.
Yeah. What if the man puts fugu in his butt? Well, don't sit.
Now he's got fugu.
I think fugu is pufferfish, right? Doctors were reportedly forced to operate to save the patient's life after he arrived at the medical facility in Guangzhou, southern China, complaining of stomach pains. But medics were stunned to discover the truth behind what was causing the 45-year-old's agony. 45? Wasn't he like 56 a minute ago?
Yeah, I think I was 56.
Okay. In my head canon, they're the same person. So, according to Chinese news site Huangqi, the patient confessed he had decided to put 2 pond loaches into his anus after a heavy drinking session the day before on March 10th. And when doctors at the first affiliated hospital of Jinan University examined him, they found the 2 fish have swum up his intestines. Scans revealed one of the creatures measuring 4 inches and 6 inches respectively. No, that's both of the creatures. Why would you phrase it like that? Had broken through the wall of his bowel. Doctors deemed the man, who was also suffering from a high fever and low blood pressure, to be in danger of going into septic shock from the infection.
Yeah.
They decided to operate immediately, cutting the patient open and removing both of the scaly invaders.
I took them home.
How did you even get it in your ass, dude?
He had help.
Why is there a video? Medics declared the operation a success, but warned it could have ended very differently. One doctor told the Chinese website the second fish is 4 inches long and 0.8 inches wide. He could have lost his life if this loach swam further and reached upper organs. He said the man was transferred to intensive care after the surgery to be treated for a serious infection the fish had caused, but added the man was expected to recover. I don't think anybody cares about what is a pond loach and how did they survive. Oh, actually, maybe. I'm curious how they survived in his intestines. They store oxygen in their gut. Okay, great. All right. I can't end it there. Just in case for a bad end, I have Mirage's most recent article submission.
Yay.
He's like, I was hoping y'all would cover that tonight. Doctors invent a tool to remove a 23-inch sex toy from the man's colon. I don't know if you can see.
Why are we yelling?
Yikes.
23 inches is just under 2 feet.
Wow, you can count.
That's not a gummy worm, by the way.
Doctors were forced to improvise when it came to removing a sex toy from the one unlucky patient. The unnamed man turned up at the emergency room.
He did it to himself.
You don't know. Maybe he fell. The unnamed man turned up in an emergency room with a 23-inch sex toy lodged inside his colon. He apparently struggled to remove the toy at home.
I can just imagine the conversation like the guy is having with the doctor. So, what you in for today? I slipped and fell on a 23 sex toy.
Help! I've fallen and I can't get the 23-inch sex toy out of my colon.
The thing that is most alarming to me about this is like I picture in my head like the human and internal anatomy with like the organs and stuff. I just don't see how your intestine gets way up there.
It gets pushed because.
I mean, I'm picturing that's like he's kissing the lung. Right? Like,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to get medical help because it's hard to breathe.
It feels like there's a dick in my lungs.
But was he kissing Johnny Somali? That's the real question.
He was kissing Destiny. Oh, God. He apparently struggled to remove the toy at home. Deciding he needed expert help. First of all, how do you... My guess is he got like a foot in and then he's like, oh, it's getting easier actually. And he just kept going. Like, I thought this was going to be impossible, but I think I could get the whole thing. Oh no, it passed my anus. I've lost hold of it. Like,
did you read the Destiny leaks?
Not on stream.
But did you read them yourself? Do you know what they say?
I read his entire diatribe about trying a butt plug.
So where he's like confessing that he's worried about eating the butt plug with his ass.
What? I didn't see that.
He's like afraid that his ass will eat the butt plug.
Wow, spoilers. That's literally like the next page for me to just read through.
Ew.
Past the handle.
Brother, I just hold on. Destiny, the omni-liberal, seen by the left as perhaps their greatest debater, is afraid his ass will swallow a buffalo. Is that about right?
That's what happened.
Well, it can't be any worse than Hassan when he had his uncle on Thanksgiving and they called it Chanksgiving.
No, I think Destiny's is
I think Destiny's is actually significantly worse. Nobody looks at Hassan and thinks he's a genius.
No.
All right. All right, so deciding he needed help, the red-faced 31-year-old went to a hospital 24 hours after the sex toy became stuck. I thought I would just shit it out by now.
Yeah.
Oh, he told doctors he was suffering from mild. The pain is mild. Doctors are like, rate mild on a scale of 1 to 10. It's like a 9.7. He's like, the doctor's like, see when I touch right here? Do you feel that? Does that hurt? He's like, Doc, if it was that easy, I'd have just pressed there and it shot out my ass. He told doctors he was suffering from mild abdominal pain, but other than that, had no symptoms that were causing concern, except for the part where you definitely didn't take a shit in over 24 hours. I mean, come on. X-ray showed a long and large-sized foreign body in his colon. Doctors at ASST, great, yes. Doctors at AST, great metropolitan hospital in Niguarda, Italy. It would be an Italian guy. I pegged him as Chinese to be perfectly honest. I thought for sure. Oh man. So doctors at the hospital in Niguarda, Italy, tried to remove the sex toy using standard techniques.
They have a list.
I just like how there's a standard technique. Like
just showing up
have a whole
time
here.
They
We have to do this on a daily
Pull
basis.
off the rubber glove that goes past your elbow.
They've got a guidebook of like all of the the standard techniques that you got to go through before you start inventing tools.
Yeah.
Once you get through the list, then you can start thinking about inventing new tools.
Cool G says the Italian jobs has a new meaning. Hassan used to wear a dog collar on stream. Make of that what you will. GT Vega says the fish is an anti-gay weapon made by China. Oh, dear Lord. So, yeah, they use a tube and a grabbing device usually. But due to the smoothness and size of the object, none of the tools that medics were able to grab hold of the sex toy.
Can you scroll back up to the... Yeah. So are the arrows is that the toy right there?
I'm guessing. This is one end, and this is where it's bending to go out his ass.
Oh,
which
jeez.
apparently he couldn't just yank. Like, it's too slippery, too much lube. Oh no!
I kept looking at the spine in the first picture, and I kept thinking that was the toy.
No, that's just the scoliosis.
Because if it was, I'm like, holy shit.
Dickliosis over here, scoliosis over here.
Dickliosis.
The grabbing devices were either too loose or simply didn't have the range to latch onto such a large foreign body. The doctors wrote in a case report. Honestly, I'm amazed. Honestly, this is what they invented. Correct me if I'm wrong, but would you not need to get that like all the way up here?
No, I think they're just putting it around the end.
Are they just doing
putting it around the end of the bottom?
But isn't it too smooth and slippery? Wouldn't it just slip off? You have to go all the way in to do it.
I'm guessing it's one of those double-ended ones, where it's got two.
Reese is an expert.
If it's one that had the balls and the sucker thing that goes on the table,
that would be easy to grab.
That would be easier, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a double-ended one. So at least the string could wrap around.
This is like an Italian thumb war, and this guy's the loser.
If it was a standard one, you would have shoved the end of the balls and the.
I don't know. Apparently, Destiny's afraid because he doesn't have a flared base butt plug. Yeah, none of the tools medics had were able to grab hold of the sex toy. The grabbing devices were either too loose or simply didn't have the range to latch onto such a large foreign body, the doctors wrote in the case report. Stuck for ideas on how to remove the sex toy, the quick-thinking medics invented a new tool using a medical wire to latch onto it and pull it out. Threading the wire through a catheter tube to create a noose at the end, they were able to insert the tube into the man's colon and reach the sex toy. That does not sound like they grabbed it from this end. Headcanon says it went all the way in. That was an expedition to get it. All right. Threading the wire through the catheter to create a noose at the end, they were able to insert in the man's colon and reach the sex toy. The noose of the wire was then looped around the sex toy like a lasso and tightened until doctors had enough grip to pull it out. The patient was discharged the same day and suffered no further symptoms. Our new handmade device proved to be harder than an ordinary snare used for polypectomy, a procedure normally used to remove polyps.
Like, I imagine, like, he goes to a conference, right? And you have to explain to people, like, what you created.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm sure
Allow
you get,
me
like...
to introduce you to the noose.
Right. And in that field, I'm sure, like, while people do get a laugh, I genuinely think, like, people look at it as, like, with straight faces and go, like, wow, that's impressive that you made that.
It's not like it's a groundbreaking invention. I mean, that concept of feeding the string through a tube and then tightening it to grab, that's not new. I mean,
Yeah.
They MacGyvered it together instead of inventing something.
Still, though, impressive. Like,
our new handmade device proved to be harder than an ordinary snare used for polypectomy and allowed us to grab the foreign body. Dr. Lorenzo Diascoridi wrote in the British Medical Journal case report, quote, "The choice of a relatively large diameter of the catheter allowed us to avoid an excessive kinking of the loop inside the catheter that could limit a correct opening of this snare-like device. In our opinion, this new technique is easy and reproducible in most endoscopy rooms, and we suggest it as a valid option to remove large foreign bodies from the colon and rectum when standard endoscopic devices fail in foreign body extraction." Wow. This is from 2018. Damn. We could have easily never read this. Thank you, Mirage. 10 out of 10. All right. Julie, do you want to save your game? And I'll bring the PS5 upstairs for you.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Just to reiterate, I am almost certainly going to be working all weekend next weekend, like straight through Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know when our next show will be, but presumably the weekend after that. So if you could fund us on Patreon. Anyway, yeah. So any last words? Last words.
Oh, I got a last word. So this is something that I have not shared with y'all, but this did happen to me. I think when I was, I want to say 3. Do you remember the game, the board game called Crossfire that had like the little like BBs that you shoot?
Crossfire.
I actually got one of those. Don't ask me why I did this. I was stupid at 3 years old, but I got one of the BBs stuck in my ear.
In your ear, okay.
And my mom had to use tweezers to get it out. So I guess the whole since we've been covering the whole like things getting stuck, I think I have to get like the award for putting the Crossfire BB in my ear.
If you had told that story moments earlier, we probably would have also covered the guy who found the Lego that's been stuck in his nose for like 30 years.
Oh, I didn't hear about that one.
You shared that.
Did I? I don't
share so many. It's hard to keep track of.
I know.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done. An encore, you say?
No! No!
Save it for later.
I need to stream. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, take us out. All right, yeah. We'll save that. We'll keep you in suspense. I would like a different outro. Can we not do? Oh, by the way, this is for the Avowed. avoid. Sorry, I forgot to share that. Can I remove the outro and put? You guys want the Trump intro again? No. What do we got? They're really bad at this. Okay, let me just move it up manually. We'll just do this one again. How about we just do this one again? There we go. All right, everybody.
No, not
Good night.
that one.
Why? Why? What's wrong with this one?
Whatever.
Yeah, shut up.